Yeah, I call it a
My brother-in-law worked up at the Davis School forever. Rick Knox. Yeah, correct. Rick was up there forever. And yeah, something like that starts in the school. Hey Jack, how did you get up? I went downstairs to the basement and took the elevator, but you were further back in the crowd than I was. Well, I expected 5 minutes too, but like the elevator, so I went down to the basement and get on the elevator. Because
You ready?
5-minute exit.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Another thing I was going to ask you is, in some time, to make it fair.
That's how we did it last time.
Okay.
These are my minutes from each school committee member has started. Mr. Nutt, and each time Mr. Nutt. Mr. Nutt has started
Okay,
every
okay.
time. And
So
he
start with
was,
yeah,
he was in charge, if you, as you can see, he was the first name on the roll call,
Yeah, okay.
okay?
Okay. This is awesome. Thank you.
Great idea.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Let's start the meeting with the salute to the flag. Please join me in allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Miss Doherty,
Here.
Ms. Delay,
Here.
Miss Martin,
Here.
Miss Thompson,
Here.
Mayor Chow,
Here.
Ms. Chun,
Here.
Ms. Del Rossi.
Here.
7 present.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for attending the meeting in person here in Chamber. And thank you, everyone who is watching at home. This is a special meeting in accordance with the Law School Committee rules. Section 2, based on the request of the members of the school committee, we have called this a special meeting for the purpose of interviewing the candidates for the interim superintendent of schools position and to vote and select the interim superintendent for the Lowell public schools. So the interview today will be 5 candidates, and just so that the public know, we'll start with Mr. McCaskill. The second candidate will be Mr. Skinner. The third candidate will be Ms. Phillips. And then we'll take a lunch break around 1:15 p.m. for 1 hour. And then we'll resume the interview with Ms. Pearson Campbell, and we'll finish with Ms. Desmond. With that said, before we start, do we have any questions or comments from any of the members? Ms. Doherty?
Thank you, Verna. What is the timeline for each interview? Because I know we are starting about 15 minutes late. I want to be fair to each candidate.
Sure, we had an event early this morning, the flag raising with Franco-American, so we are starting a few minutes late. We can make up for it, we'll push the, if we need to go 5-10 minutes over, that'd be fine. And maybe some candidates that might require less time, so we'll adjust as we go, but we'll give everybody the fair 1 hour.
1 hour? Okay.
Required as put on the schedule to do that. I'm sorry, Madam Secretary?
I think it was 45
Was
minutes.
it 45 minutes?
Yes. And we could...
Okay, so I was just reminded by the Secretary, it's going to be 45 minutes?
Yes, and we
Would there
can
be enough
take
time
a...
for other committee members?
Yes, 45 minutes is fine. We can take a shorter lunch, too. If we
Sure.
run late in the morning, we can make it up with the lunch break.
Sure, well, we can do that. Any other comments or questions? All right, with that said, Madam Secretary, please call the first candidate.
Dr. Hall will go and get the candidate.
While we wait for the candidate to come in, any other concerns by any of the members that we can discuss for the next 2-3 minutes? Hearing none, we'll just wait here until the candidate gets in. Thank you.
Are we going in order to ask questions, or?
We'll start with Ms. Doherty as per where we left off on the order that's set by the roll call.
Okay.
So we start with Ms. Doherty and just go to the right.
Ms. Doherty is always the first one to ask questions for every candidate.
I think just based on the roll call where we are at today,
Okay.
which we started with Ms. Doherty.
All right. Thanks.
We'll give Mr. McCaskill a couple minutes just to settle down.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. We have our first candidate, Mr. Kevin McCaskill, in the table in front of you. And we'll start with Mr. McCaskill, just a brief introduction, and then we'll open the floor to comments and questions by the school committee members. Mr. McCaskill?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. As you all know, my name is Kevin McCaskill, and I come to you today as a 35-year educator in 3 of the largest school districts here in New England, in Springfield, Massachusetts, Hartford, Connecticut, as well as my current position in the Boston Public Schools. I've been very fortunate and blessed to have the experience of a pre-K through 12 level, including experience in central office, as a middle school mathematics teacher, a middle school assistant principal, a high school VOTEC principal, as well as an executive director at the VOTEC in Madison Park in Boston. And in my current role as central office as the assistant superintendent in the Office of Secondary Schools, I'm also in Hartford as a director of 5 different directorships of 5 different departments in Hartford. So I come with rich experiences that I definitely think Lowell can benefit from. I'm passionate, enthusiastic, and have loved every single day of my 35-year experience. And again, I look forward to your questions today, but also I really feel that I can bring a lot of things to the table here at Lowell. So thank you, and ready for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCaskill, for the introduction, and welcome to the City of Lowell. Before we start with the comments and questions from the committee members, I just want to thank you for making the time and applying for this position. We'll start with Ms. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. McCaskill. Welcome to Lowell. You have lots of experience in urban school settings. As you mentioned, you're working your way up from math teacher to principal at elementary, middle, and high school levels to your current role as assistant superintendent in Boston. In all your time in education and your various experiences, what specific skills and strengths will you bring to Lowell that we crucially need right now? And what is your approach to implementing change?
One is leadership, and I go, if I may, from when I was a teacher, being a department chair in my department in the middle school, as well as a cohort leader with teachers, really galvanizing a group of educators to come together as one to provide quality instructional strategies as well as programming to increase not only student performance, but give them a rich experience. So when our students left for high school, they weren't dragging into high school. They were enthusiastic about the prospects of prosperity going there. As a high school principal, again, going into Putnam Vocational, coming from an elementary school did turn some heads. But the superintendent at the time, Dr. Joseph Burke, saw something in me from a leadership capacity that could really galvanize that group. And that leadership really led itself to an enrollment increase in schools from 989 students to over 1,600 students, all application students, and we were the #1 school of choice in Springfield with a wait list of over 500 students. I was then tapped to go to Hartford, again, from a leadership capacity to get together their school design, which is their school reform work, and really to connect, to be a connector of all the departments that are involved in the education of children. So really connecting with the Office of Academics, finance, as well as human resources, and galvanizing a group in order to better serve schools and schools leaders. And that has been the one thing that has been a constant with me. And even outside of the school realm, my current position as the chair on the Commission of Public Schools for NEAS, the accreditation, which is just 2.5 miles now down the road. And I have been involved with NEAS, and I know Lowell's up in a couple of years for the high school reaccreditation, and I think I have a lot to offer for that with that process. So overall, a lot of leadership from a lot of capacities, not only from operational, but to instruction, teaching and learning, and huge partnership guy. I really believe in leveraging partnerships from many different realms, from post-secondary education institutions to local industry to social agencies, and galvanizing all our efforts to better serve the communities, these students and families.
You all set, Ms. Doherty? Mr. Lay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If x is equal to infinity, what is x over x? Just kidding.
You saw me writing it down, right? The mathematician.
Well, thank you, Mr. McCaskill. I really appreciate you taking the time to come to Lowell. And I look at your resume, your experience, your education. It's very impressive. I'm happy. I'm honored to be here interviewing you to be the next superintendent of school in Lowell. For me, in Lowell, we face so many problems, just like any urban schools in the state. MCAS score is not what we would like to be, and I feel that that is something that needs improvement on. So my question is about the MCAS. The score in Lowell is not impressive, and especially the subject of science is even lower than the state average. So in your current role, have you been involved with working to make improvement to MCAS score? Do you wish to make changes so that there is a significant improvement to MCAS score? Thank you.
Thank you. And first of all, I'm honored to be in front of you, so thank you. But as far as MCAS is concerned, and that's something as a school leader, as well as a central officer, administrator who supervises principals, it's all about what you do early on. So many times we're looking at the secondary scores because, again, the accountability of students graduating, but that process starts very early. So looking at what is the groundwork that we start to lay in pre-K to grade 3, because the moment that we start looking at grade 3 scores, that's where if students are not on grade level, exponentially they are losing time going forward. So really front-loading all our services from a literacy perspective is going to be crucial. From a high school perspective, where I was, our MCAS scores at both Putnam Vocational and Madison Park were abhorrent, and I want to put the emphasis on abhorrent. And what it was a group of administrators, and not Kevin McCaskill alone. It was a team of educators coming together and putting together one of the most dynamic supplemental services programs that we could. Extensive tutoring, and we utilized Springfield College, Mount Holyoke College, Amherst College for their students to come in and tutor our students after school and on Saturdays. And someone once told me, well, students won't come to school on Saturday. Yes, they will if you feed them. And that's what we did. We had made-to-order breakfast for folks, and we really put an emphasis on Saturday school programming, really to connect what they were learning, not just from a remediation, because that term should not be used. We want to accelerate learning. And if you look at the track record that we had with MCAS at those two schools, we saw improvement, including with science. And it's funny you say with science, it's a matter of exposure. And so many times we get caught up with literacy and mathematics, but we overlook science. And really increasing the number of STEM offerings that we had from an elective perspective, but also from a central office perspective, bringing those opportunities down to our middle grades where it was more project-based and more hands-on. So students were becoming more curious and they were becoming more inquisitive about things from a technology perspective as well as from an environmental perspective. So once you start exposing, the more you can expose students to, the more likely they're going to latch on. So bringing that full circle to Lowell, providing those opportunities from a STEM perspective very early, and not just from middle school, let's have it down into our elementary schools, but really putting an emphasis on extra time on learning from a pre-K, from a literacy perspective, keeping that same focus going on, and that's actually part of, I believe, your strategic plan, even starting it from a zero prior to I think age 5, prior to age 5. What are those access points that we could utilize for students transitioning to school? So those are just a few things that I can say because I know we're very limited in time today, but I would definitely like to approach that. And again, my track record, we did see improvement across the board in English language arts, mathematics, and science by really putting an emphasis on teaching and learning, which is again in one of your strategic plans, hot points, but also supplemental services that we offer, supports that we offer students. You're welcome, sir.
You all set, Mr. Lay? Ms. Mon?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So we're in a situation, obviously, where we're moving forward with an interim superintendency. My question really would be recognizing the uniqueness of that kind of situation, particularly as we're here in the last week in June, and July 1st is right there. What I'd love would be for you to kind of sketch out for me how you would look at the first 30, 60 days. What would be your priorities coming into this role? And how would you approach kind of getting your sea legs to be able to be effective in this year-long superintendency? Thank you.
Thank you. First 30 to 60 days, getting to know a lot of people, a lot of meetings, obviously sitting with the school committee and really getting an understanding of the district and what your ideas are, what your strategies are, what has worked, what hasn't worked, and really start building trustful and respectful relationships. That's going to be the utmost, first and foremost. Meeting with individual principals and school leadership individually, getting to know them, what are some of the things they've experienced over time, and meeting with focus groups with teachers, assistant principals, directors, and as such, but most importantly, getting to know this community and setting that time available. I have, my children are out of the house. So all 4 of my children are gone, and I have praised hallelujah and everything else. So I have plenty of time to come into the community at any given time to really get to know this community in order to really do the best work I possibly can. So those are the 30 to 60 days, and I plan on being a fixture here in the city of Lowell. For as priorities, those priorities I believe are set right in your strategic plan. And so again, access to early education. What has been the work? I believe a study was done. I'd like to know what that study entails and what has been the process going forward. Getting the high quality performing seats that are, well, what has been the work going forward? Has it been stagnant and why? And then move from there. One of the things that really drove me to applying for this position is that third priority area in the strategic plan is aligning secondary curriculum and programming to post-secondary opportunities. And when I hear that, it brings the vocational side of me out because that means opportunities outside of the realm of everyone goes to college. Because as we know, especially in our urban areas, everyone is not going to college. This means they can't, but everyone is not geared to do that at ages 18 and 19. So what has been the work going forward? I know there's a After Dark program with Lowell High School and Greater Lowell. And all right, what other opportunities can we have to do that? But then that last strategic point, and I think I might have mentioned it in the previous question, leveraging partnerships. And so really getting to know who are the major players here in the Greater Lowell area who can really assist us in really improving the lives of our young people and engaging our families.
You all set, Ms. Morin? Ms. Thompson?
Thank you very much for being here. Excited to ask you questions. I'm trying to, as my colleagues ask questions, trying to reformulate my question in my brain, because you've already answered some of what I was looking for. I guess my question would be kind of a two-part. So what do you see, let me rephrase this. We have a dropout rate that's a little concerning, specifically in our Hispanic Latino population, but obviously across the board. So I guess my question is, coming from the outside, what is the benefit that you see in coming from the outside into this district that does have that? And I know you kind of led to that with Mr. Lay's question about the MCAS, but being that dropout is kind of a very specific thing, potentially because of MCAS, but not entirely because of that. So I was just wondering if you could speak to that. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Excuse me. When we look at, and I'd like to use an example of the two high schools where I've been. Putnam Vocational had one of the highest in the state at one point in time. I believe it was approaching 20%. And needless to say, alarming. And what was occurring is that it wasn't just about, to your point, it wasn't just about academics. It's about family struggle, family trauma, and very fortunate to have just an outstanding school counseling department. When I say outstanding, I wish I could have taken them everywhere that I've been. And so how do we start to gain mileage and treadwear of getting them into these families, going to homes? We did a lot of home visits. We believe in home visits. And how do we really set up, if students had parted ways from the school, how do we re-engage those students? And so it was developing some relationships with social agencies within the city of Springfield. It was also really with employment as well. Employment was not only a problem with the young people, but with their families as well. So how do we get families connected to services and resources? And in doing that, we actually dropped that rate from nearly 20%, I believe I'm going back to 2004. But we had that rate down to 3.1%. And that was over a 6-year period. Fast forward to Madison Park. Madison Park's history is well documented. I mean, it's just well documented. Over a 6-year period, we dropped that dropout rate to it's at 1.9%. And that's with 30 other school options. And it was because of the supplemental supports. Again, I'm big with supplemental supports and resources for families and students. So we really it wasn't just triage and putting Band-Aids. No, we wanted to put sustainable systems in place in order to maintain a level of consistency of services for students and families. And when we do that, when we have that approach, and I'm wondering if that is something that is here, and again, that's only going to be through talking with folks such as yourselves, school leaders, social agency folks, and most importantly, families themselves. And so that would be my first approach of really nailing that down. You're welcome.
You all set, Ms. Thompson? Right. Ms. Chun?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, you kind of touched on one of the questions I wanted to ask as well. I value parents, students, and community involvement, and it's one of my key components in my platform. You kind of touched on, so my question would be, what has your practice for interacting and involving yourself with students, parents, and the community? You kind of touched on home visit, re-engaging our students, connect with parents. How else can you show the community the importance of being visible in our schools and also in the community in other ways? Thank you.
It's an old school, one of the most old school traits that I have, and something that when I think within my cover letter I put down, I went on an assignment for the Boston Public Schools at one of the elementary schools because they were down a couple of administrators. Something as simple as being outside every single day, greeting every single student and every single parent, every day and at dismissal. That became sacred time. Students get to know who you are. You're greeting them every single day with a smile on your face, a firm handshake or a high five, and even the same. And I had more parents giving me high fives every day at that elementary school. But that's an old school trait of how old school principals, being out in front of the building. And that's something I would encourage all our principals to do, where you don't schedule things during a half-hour period before the day and after school. That's time in which you get to know people. They have an opportunity to see you. Being very visible, and when you hear the term open door policy, and most people, I don't schedule time. I like people coming in on the fly, and if I've got 15 minutes before I have to meet with the mayor, I'll take that 15 minutes to get a parent, get their concern, or even someone in the community who has a concern. Come in. I believe in those because that spreads goodwill in the community. Like anything else, a great experience, someone's going to talk about it. And that's what we want, people talking about the goodwill, the respect, the dignity that they were treated with in the Lowell Public Schools. And that's something I wish to continue. I like being at schools. I like being in churches, community centers and as such, and just going in haphazardly and saying, how you doing? I'm Kevin McCaskill. I work here at the Lowell Public Schools. What would you like to talk about the public schools? And I believe in that type of openness, and that's something that I have had since day one, starting in 1988 as a teacher at Forest Park Junior High School in Springfield, till the last day of school yesterday at the Linden Pilot School in West Roxbury, Massachusetts. So that's something that's just a staple with me.
Sorry, just want to add one more. In the city of Lowell, you know that we are very diverse. We have so many great things, activities, and cultural celebration. Would you step out of the title as a superintendent to attend flag raising or any culture events that may happen on the weekend?
Oh, absolutely, and outside, because I saw the flag raising downstairs. But if it's anything that's the city is celebrating, it doesn't even have to be a celebration. It could be a simple ball game where you just show up. It can be a recital at one of the local elementary schools or a community center. It can be a celebration of our veterans. It can be literally anything. And that's something that, again, has been very dear to my heart, and it's something that's abnormal for me to step out. That is how pretty much I was raised as an individual in Paterson, New Jersey, that we live my mom made us sure we are an inclusive family here. But that's something that would be just a staple with me. It would be not uncomfortable to do that, but it's just something that I've just done for my entire existence in my career.
Mr. Rossi?
Thank you. Welcome to Lowell.
Thank you very much.
As you know, there is a lot to like about Lowell, but there is also a lot going on in our city here. I'm not sure or if you're aware of the HR investigation that's currently going on in the city.
Not aware of it.
Okay, so we're currently in the middle of an internal investigation, and so most likely during your interim superintendency, the results of this investigation will be released. So I'm wondering how you would guide this district through what could be a turbulent time.
Absolutely. Well, one, as I mentioned earlier, you have got to gain the trust of individuals. So when reporting out as the interim superintendent, people are looking at you with a sense of credibility. That it's just not someone just saying the company line or trying to hide things. So open disclosure and transparency of what legally can be said, but really guiding that process and meeting, not just in chambers here but meeting in small groups with community members, meeting with our principals, because it's going to have an effect on our schools. So meeting with leadership, because again, they have to be able to trust us as well. So really meeting with and it could be a lot of meetings with school committee folks to saying, this is what we have, what is the best approach? It will never be a siloed or unilateral decision being made. It will be all in concert with all of us. But as the interim superintendent, going out and spreading that message of the district of this is how we will move forward, and this is how we have to regain the trust of not only the public schools, but the community at large. And so that's going to be a lot, as in the previous, a lot of meetings and a show of actions, because we can say a lot of things, but actions speak much louder than words. So hopefully the words lead to our actions that are very respectful, dignified, truthful, and most importantly, in the best interests of the citizenry here in the city of Lowell.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, committee members. All great questions, Mr. McCaskill. Just have one common questions from up here. If there's no objection from the members, I will ask their questions from here, just in interest of saving time. You have many years of extensive experience, and not only that, the cities that you have served with those schools are all big cities, much like Lowell, very diverse. And you have touched upon, I'm impressed by all the questions and comments by all the committee members too. And you answer many of these questions that I have concern with in a very specific way. I'm gonna make two comments or questions that are more general, more open-ended questions, because I think a lot of it is, I want the public to hear how you look at things both personally and professionally. And the first question is, what do you think of the Lowell public school system right now as you're coming in for the interview, and if you were to be hired? And I guess a second to that, and again, this is touched upon by different questions and answers, but I want you to answer in your own terms, what do you think equity means to you from a personal and professional definition, and how would you use your understanding and definition equity to manage the school system with the administration and as well as with the entire city?
All right, sir. And excuse my back in speaking to you, Mayor.
I apologize for asking from back here as well.
No worries, no worries. Well, when I look at Lowell, and I look at, again, I look at data points and what's been written and as such, and it just reminds me so much of the districts of where I've been. And when folks see it, and again, we talk about MCAS, and we look at dropout rate, and we look at transiency and retention rates. It was Springfield. That was Hartford. And currently in Boston, even though we're making some strides in Boston, there's a lot of work that needs to still occur. So I'm not alarmed with what it was, obviously, since the 2-year hiatus that we had from formal schooling with COVID. And I know that, and I'll take a couple of data points. I know within the strategic plan, Mass Core was mentioned. And I did see a drastic dip in the alignment of Mass Core with our graduates, down to about 18% here in Lowell. Well, in Boston, we had some schools who were at 3 and 4%. And the question became, well, what do we do? It's just as simple of getting a plan together to align our curriculum to all the tenets of Mass Core and making sure students are in these courses. And I see the same here at Lowell. And those can be done with simple transcript audits. A simple transcript audit where students are actually auditing the courses that they're taking, understanding and checking off a box, similar to like our college advisors used to do with us. And it works wonders. And it's amazing when students can actually see what they're taking, how it does it, how they begin to start thinking differently. And so when I look at a dropout rate, 5.5%, and I think I said Putnam was like approaching 20%. You're not that far off, but 5% is still too much. What are the things that we can do? From an NCAS perspective, the concerns that I would have, what's happening early on, I think I mentioned it in one of the earlier questions. How are we preparing students to be literate and proficient at grade 3? Because we focus so much on the tail end in high school. But if we are looking at building a sustainable system, and I'm wondering how much emphasis we put on a sustainable system, you must start from the beginning. And there are clear urban examples, especially Long Beach Unified is an outstanding example of that. How do we start building that pipeline of success from students from a proficient level? And one of the things you ask, what would I do? I know Hartford really had something that really intrigued me, and I'm wondering if more and more districts would go for it. They called it the Hartford Promise. And the Hartford Promise was any student that entered Hartford Public Schools in kindergarten will be proficient by grade 3. And they made a point of developing laboratory schools from a pre-K3 perspective and getting a bunch of partners like Teach for America and a few others to really help with our pre-K3 approach. And well, when you change superintendents 3 or 4 times, the initiatives usually did go away, but that was really something that was extremely promising. And maybe that's an approach that we look at. Because for our high school students, for our high school, I should say, our administrators and teachers, they get a bad rap. Students are entering 3, 4, 5 grade levels, below grade level in literacy, and not a lot of skills from a math and science perspective, and yet they've got to triage this in 2 years before they take that first test. And they take the brunt of it. And so if we can ease that by really front-loading our services to get more proficient performing students early on, I think that'll reduce the amount of Band-Aids that we have to put on in high school. So when I look at Lowell in its totality, everything, you have it here. You have a world-class institution here. I don't know how much that's been leveraged with that partnership, leveraging that partnership with UMass Lowell and the education department. So that's through my lens as an outsider, just an observation. When it comes to your second question, Mayor, what does equity mean to me? Equity means folks get what they need. Because equality is something is status quo. But when we look at equity through the lens of schools, there are some schools who are in dire straits who need more supports than others. And the question is, how do we get them that more? And it's not shortchanging others. How do we provide what these schools, what these leaders, what these teachers, what these students, and what these families need in order for them not just to maintain and survive, but to thrive? And so equity really is getting the folks the comparable resources in order to move forward and progress. And that's both personally and professionally. And I think that's where I am with equity. And when we talk about equity from a perspective when it comes to race and ethnicity, providing our students, and when we break down Lowell from a demographic perspective, I believe 40% of your students are Latinx, 27% Asian students, and 20% white and 8% black students. It's a diverse area. It's very diverse. And the question becomes, how do we expose folks to the richness of that? Diversity is good. And I want to repeat that. Diversity is good, and not just for tokenism. It's good for all of us. So really getting in and getting the depths and breadths of who we are as a community, that we represent different races, we represent different ethnicities, we represent different cultural pieces, but really coming to grips with we have something to offer each and every citizen in this city and showcase that. And I think that's where equity and opportunity, access and opportunity, not just for curricular programming and extracurricular programming and such, but opportunities for employment, opportunities for field trips. That's something that we're fighting now in Boston, where not every student from certain neighborhoods get the advantages of other neighborhoods, but really exposing our young people to great experiences. So now we start filling their brains with what if, what can, and that's the attitude I would really want to bring from an equity perspective here in the city of Lowell.
Thank you for that answer. We are coming to the end of the time. It went by pretty fast when you're having fun. But we did start the meeting a little bit late. We might have time for one more questions or comments from any of the school committee members, if there is one, before we go to Mr. Caskell's closing statement. Does anybody have an urgent question? Ms. Doherty?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think that you did an excellent job of answering a good, diverse sampling of questions that certainly touched on many of my areas, but I think this one might add to what we've already asked and been discussed. I'm wondering if you could provide us with examples of how you approach the issue of accountability and what you consider your leadership style. So examples of those two things.
Absolutely. Well, accountability is meeting expectations and goals, pretty much, and really setting the framework. And if we're talking about accountability from an academic perspective, again, setting a benchmark. And if I ask, let's say 5% increase in the amount of proficient students. And so I would ask principals, how would you want to go about doing that? And laying that being a part of their evaluative process as well. Accountability from a central office, what services, because we are stewards to the school. The schools don't work for us, we work for the schools. And I want to make sure that's an emphasis. So accountability on central office's part to play in supporting schools, and not where we target schools when they don't. How can we be of support? When we're getting massive complaints of lack of support, well, that's something in which folks have got to be called into the room and say, well, this is what we're hearing. Tell me more so I can understand how we can alleviate this issue. I believe, similar in my years as a principal, I believe in progressive discipline. I believe in progressive success plans for individual principals, assistant principals, as well as central office personnel. If a mistake is made, how do we rectify it, but how do we set you up for success going forward? It's one of the things when it's easy to say, well, we got to get rid of individuals. And it's a sad commentary when we do, but there's a dignity to that, and there's a sense of professionalism that goes with that. If we have to make the unfortunate task of removing a principal or a central office personnel, is because it was not done, hopefully without any legal means, and something was so egregious that they had to leave. But if it's performance, everything was laid out, including a success plan for these individuals to meet and supports given. So at the end of the day, both parties recognize this is probably in the best interest of both parties as well as the Lowell Public Schools. And so accountability is making sure, and that's one of the strategic priorities. I think it's one of the fundamental concepts you have. Every adult is accountable for the outcomes of every student in this district. And I will hold to that. I will hold to that. And could you repeat the second part of your question?
That was about an example of your leadership style.
I'm very if I do say so, I'm charismatic, transformational charismatic. That's the term someone told me to use, because they say, and it's someone who really inspires, motivates, exhorts individuals, really has a growth mindset about things, looks to be innovative, but not to the point where innovative crazy, innovative in progressing things forward. I really enjoy people. I like communicating with people, but most importantly, I like putting ideas into action. I love raising the level of other folks, giving them the credit where credit is due, and really setting up individuals to be their best versions of themselves. Really looking to create a sustainable ecosystem within. And one of the ideas, again, from Long Beach Unified, is to create an ecosystem here in the Lowell Public Schools in which you will never have to go outside for another superintendent. We'll never have to go outside for another school leader. You'll never have to go outside for getting central office personnel. And it works. But it's how do we get those systems in place where we give individuals the opportunity to grow, we give them the experiences to grow. And that's one of the things I've really prided myself. And one of the examples, just at Madison Park. At Madison Park, we have had 11 teachers who have gone into the Massachusetts Association of Vocational Administrators, Leadership 1 and Leadership 2. Would you believe that 6 of those individuals are now administrators? And 3 are at Madison Park themselves. So I really look to build a sustainable system, and it can work here in the city of Lowell, in the Lowell Public Schools.
Thank you. Coming to the end of the interviewing session. On behalf of the entire school committee members, I want to thank you, Mr. McCaskill, for making time and having interest to come lead the school system here in Lowell. Before we finish, I would like to ask you if you could make a closing statement.
Absolutely. First and foremost, I want to thank you for welcoming me here and giving me this unique opportunity to interview for my candidacy for the interim superintendent of Lowell Public Schools. I really feel with the questions that I've heard, it's a community that is really caring about this community, and it's not just, it's authentic and it's genuine, that you want the best for students and families to build this strong, vibrant community. I feel that I have the strengths, the character, most importantly, the enthusiasm to really do some great work for the citizens here in the city of Lowell. And I bring, again, just vast experience from a number of different things that I've done over this time that I truly would like to share with this community. So again, I thank you for this opportunity and I look forward to your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. McCaskill.
Thank you very much, man.
Wonderful.
Appreciate it.
Dr. Hall, if you could go get the next candidate. Does everyone need, would you like to take a 2-3 minutes recess? Okay, before we do a recess, if I could maybe ask. Okay. So we'll take a couple of minutes recess after this, but Connie, if you could just stay here for a quick opinion. Instead of having the same committee member ask the first question for each candidate, would it be okay to rotate to have different member ask the first question? We're not going to have time. We don't have 6, so we might miss Mr. Rossi be the first questions. We'll make up for it somehow. But thank you. Okay.
Ah, yeah, no, that's easy.
It is,
Yeah, I think it is.
especially if I keep going to events and forgetting about it.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's like, that's
You know
terrific.
these
This guy was, this guy was right.
They're smart.
But, you know, it's funny that nobody asked him if he'd be interested in the full-time job. But the way he was talking, you know, creating that ecosystem and saying, oh, he's auditioning for the full-time job. And he is interested. I asked
you
him
asked
outside.
him?
Yeah, I introduced myself, you know.
It's funny because you hear the questions and you're like, oh, I'm not going to ask this one because she asked
Yeah,
it.
right.
And I like the mayor's question about what does that really mean to you?
Yeah.
I'm going to go tell him.
Huh? I have to wait. I haven't seen them yet. I haven't heard them yet. Yeah? By the way, Mr. Mayor, you are allowed to sit down.
At least 3, I was hoping.
I'd be happy with 2.
I wrote down 6 questions.
Somebody, yeah, she's up there talking to everyone. No, Tony's not back yet.
All right. Well, now resume the meeting. If Dr. Hall could bring in the next candidate, please. The next candidate is William Skinner, also known as Liam. I want to thank Mr. Skinner for stepping up to apply for this position. you are no stranger to the chamber, but now you are in the front seat, in the hot seat this morning. Before we start with the opening statement and comments, questions from the committee members, I'd just like to acknowledge State Representative, joining us in the chamber is also State Representative Ronnie Elliott, former school committee member Jerry Nutter, and Vice Mayor Eric Gishier is in the gallery watching this meeting as well. Now that you have a few seconds to sit down, Mr. Skinner, I would like to please start the interview with an opening statement.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I'm bursting with excitement. I feel delighted to have this opportunity, and I thank you for it. It might, in some cases, I think it'd be an opportunity for me to run down my resume with you, but I think you know my resume, and so I'm going to tell you a little bit about my background. I know you know I'm from Ireland. I wrote in my cover letter that I had a humble upbringing, and I didn't understand the extent of that until I wrote that, and then I gave my mom a call and we were talking about it. We grew up, my 3 siblings and I, 4 children, mom and dad, in a tiny house, 2 small bedrooms, a stove, but no appliances, no hot water, no bathroom, an outdoor toilet. This was until I was about 11 years old. And I remember, and I was relaying all that from my mother. And I said, "Ma, we were poor. How come we didn't think we were poor?" And she said it was true, but that everyone else around us was the same. And so we looked on that. We didn't realize that we were poor. My father was laid off, and we moved back to where he's from in the countryside, down in the boonies. So people who know me from Lowell, and a few friends who have visited see me and consider me to be from the countryside, which I am now. And that was a much better house, 3 bedrooms. By the way, in that first house, and just be careful I don't get into storytelling, the person who bought that first house knocked the walls and made it into a studio apartment. It was that small. Second house had 3 bedrooms, and as kids, it had a doorbell. We just thought that was the bee's knees. We had a doorbell. I had the most loving parents a kid could wish for, and had a very happy childhood. My parents are wonderful people, very unselfish, and my mom is a saint. Any other candidates for the role who has a parent who's a saint? Probably yes, right? But my mom, saint. Neither of my parents went to high school. Not to mine, graduate from high school. Education was not in my background or in my family's background. That was typical as well at the time. It wasn't that my parents were unusual in that respect. Somehow they appreciated that for the next generation, for us kids, education would be important, and so they promoted that. Getting through high school was something they were really proud of. But during high school, the government in Ireland had been criticized by some study that only the rich kids went to university, and they came up with a scheme to provide some funds for poor kids to get there too. And I happened to be really, really good at math. And the points system, they means tested your parents, that wasn't an issue, and they tested the kids on your scores, and if you had really good scores in math, you got double the points. I got into college. And it was great. And my mom was walking around the local supermarkets telling her neighbors, "Young Liam is up in college," right? So my point is just that I was the first in my family, and it was a big deal. And if I can be more sober about it, it led me to appreciate education and what education does for people. And it's given me a passion for educating youngsters. And whether I achieve anything else in my life or not, I am grateful for the life I've had. I'm probably as happy a person as you could meet. And that's my default position. And it's partly because of it's such a meaningful life for myself, and then being able to work passionately and devotedly to youngsters in Lowell, particularly those less privileged. And I'll round that off by telling you, I have 5 sons. I'm in my second marriage. My first marriage, I have 3 older boys, all in their 20s, all the most wonderful, beautiful kids you could imagine. With my wife, I have 2 stepsons, and they are current members of Lowell Public Schools. My older boys went through Lowell Public Schools as well. 2 of the 3 went to Ivy League schools and so on. I believe in education. I can see what it's done for me, and I know what it can do for others, and I'm passionate about it. Thank you for the opportunity to say that.
Thank you, Mr. Skinner. We're now open to the floor, and as we said earlier before the recess, we're going to rotate to the committee members to have first questions. We now start with Mr. Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Skinner. As a previous candidate, he was also a math teacher, so I asked him a math question. So hopefully you could answer my math question after the interview. I just want to say that I'm very impressed with where you are, your experience and your education. Not only now that I learned a little bit more about your family background, so I'm impressed not only where you are now, but how far you have traveled to be here at this point. It is my honor to be here interviewing with you, and since I've been elected to the school committee, I had the privilege to work with you, and I'm grateful for that. Being an internal candidate, you could almost predict the fate of the superintendent in the short future here in Lowell, and I am grateful for your bravery to come forward and step up the challenge. I will respect you for that. With that said, my question is about how other people see you. As someone from the internal here in Lowell, you know a lot of the people here already, and the people here also know you already. My question is, if you become a superintendent, how do you think the staff in the Lowell Public Schools, such as the teachers, the central office people, the guidance counselors, and so forth, describe you? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I have no pause in answering the question but for the fact that, sincerely, I'd like you to put that question to those people. I'm going to give you my answer, but I don't, every one of us is biased towards people think of us. Everybody thinks I'm absolutely fabulous. Right? So, but I can speak a little bit more about that, right? But I mean that sincerely. In order to be authentic about how do people think about Mr. Skinner, what will teachers consider about his leadership? What will my central office colleagues think about if I'm their boss, or the principals and so forth? I think the most authentic answers we need to ask them. But so I can say that in 35 years of leadership in Lowell, I genuinely believe I'm very well respected. In 35 years of leadership in Lowell, there are no controversies that track me, that follow me, issues that I've been involved in, anyone treated unfairly that has followed me. I'm genuine, I'm honest, and I'm authentic. And I'll tell you, too, what I can't do, and I'll tell you where I've messed up. But I think I am respected for what I'm saying to you now. I think I'm respected for being authentic. I'm respected for being fair, including, as much as possible, support for people. I'd like to talk more about support for teachers, support for principals, and so forth, but also for holding them accountable. And I will ask you to hold me accountable. I've done that in every position I've been in. The previous person in my current role, you'll remember Linus Guillory, when he first came to Daly School and he sat down, I said to him, I think there's some aspects of my work that are mediocre. I look forward to working with you because I want you to coach me and make me better. I believe in that, and I believed in that as a teacher, as a principal. Very rarely got it, by the way. Very rarely got that kind of feedback. But I think I'm respected, Mr. Lay, for being honest and authentic, being fair with people, providing them support and accountability. Thank you.
Ms. Mon?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Skinner, for being here today. My question is basically looking at what this transition would look like. Going from your current position into this interim superintendency. What I'd like to hear in the most concrete kind of terms, if possible, how you would approach the kind of first 30 days, 60 days of moving into this role, being able to kind of effectively get the lay of the land from a new perspective. How would you approach that? And what's the kind of groundwork that you'd lay to ensure that you could be effective in a very short period of time?
Thank you. I think that sometimes in interviews people give generalities, and right? So, but I want to encourage you. Believe it or believe it not, I love interviews, and I want you. If I don't answer your question, I greatly appreciate it if you come back at me and say, "Well, this is fine, but I want an example." I appreciate it if you do that. So if we talked long enough, I think you'd notice certain themes come back into Liam Skinner's talk. And the first theme of the day that I think is part of the answer to your question, Ms. Martin, is collaboration. And so I believe we have a lot going for us in Lowell. Among what we've got going for us are absolutely terrific, committed teachers, paraprofessionals, staff in general, absolutely wonderful principals and assistant principals in buildings. I could talk more about all these things. But you're asking about the first few days, and I'm slowly getting there. You have to understand, I want to say to you, I've been preparing for this all my life, right? But certainly since Dr. Boyd announced his leaving Lowell back in April, I've been preparing for this. And I've been thinking about all I've learned at central office over the last couple of years and where I see needs. And there is certainly a need for collaboration. There's certainly a need for collaboration. I could point to you various issues and even strengths that we have in the district that are present in various departments, but not linked up. So, first day, I would sit with the cabinet. And before I'd sit with the cabinet, I'd sit with Ms. Desmond and Ms. Phillips in great sort of respect and appreciation. I want to get this job. I believe I should receive this job, of course. But I believe Ms. Desmond has great skills that we need, and I believe Ms. Phillips does as well. I would want to sit with them and us three figure out together, moving forward, how we're going to work with one another. I'd collaborate with everyone in central office. One of the things I firmly believe in, everybody should have a piece of this. If I'm superintendent, if that's announced today, there will be a survey of everyone at central office next week. Everyone. I have it ready to go. I think we should do that regularly. I've done it in my principalship. Survey about me. Have my staff tell me how my work is, completely anonymous. I've done this throughout my career, and I've not always been thrilled about the results, but it's helped me to learn. We need to know, Ms. Martin, how do Mr. Hall is here, sorry, Dr. Hall, so I can start with him. How do the people in HR feel like we're doing as a district? And where do they see efficiencies that we could make? And how could we help them to collaborate across the other departments? And I picked Dr. Hall, but the same can be said of my department. Curriculum, equity, and so forth. So to answer your question, I would begin by seeking input from people. And then I could go on with this, so I want to be careful. I'll pause in a minute to see if I've answered your question or not. One of the most important aspects of being superintendent is to set the direction for the district and the priorities. And we are way ahead with that, let me tell you. We have an absolutely terrific strategic plan. Of course, I've reread it a few times before today, but you should all read it if you haven't been to it for a while. I'm proud of that strategic plan, and I'm proud to lead on it. And as far as the superintendent setting the direction for the district, I don't have to come in here and figure out how to, talk to all the community and put it all together into a plan. I need to talk to people in the community and various organizations and you and principal groups and the central office to figure out how do we coordinate and intentionally go after what's in that strategic plan. And so it begins, Ms. Martin, with that kind of collaboration. If I've not answered your question, come back to me, please.
You all set, Ms. Mon? Ms. Thompson?
Hello, Mr. Skinner. Thank you for being here today. My question is more specific to, and it is challenging because you know a lot about the district, so I guess my question would be, what are the 3 biggest or largest problems that you see within the district, and what are the 3 opportunities that you see within the district moving forward?
That could be tricky as well, right? But I can answer your question. I could first of all say, just in terms of opportunities, and again, I wish you can feel free to pin me down, be specific, right? But in terms of opportunities, we have tremendous opportunity. I'm really excited about this job. There are such committed people and staff in our schools. I've been to all of them. I've been to all of them over the last few years. I've been in all the classrooms. Teachers are really committed. And it's not just take my word for it. We've had different instructional rounds groups in schools, all of them. We've had different outside groups in schools. The most recent one was a group called Attuned. In every single one of them, when we come back and we talk about positives from the visit, they cite the teachers' knowledge of their students, rapport with their students, and belief in them. And they give examples of that. And we have principals and assistant principals that are so committed and smart and just really ready to be great collaborative leaders so long as we do collaborate with them. If you want any more, I'll stop getting on about it but if you want any more convincing of the opportunity because of the people that we've got to work with, look back on what they did during the pandemic. I described what teachers and principals did during the pandemic, and it wasn't terrific hard work only. It was heroic. It really was heroic. And if I kept going on this, I want to tell you about the food that they arranged for people to get, the tents that they set up outside their schools so people could get access to materials when they couldn't come in contact with people, and the things they did to reach out to families, to go to homes. So there's terrific opportunity. There's a strategic plan that's on its way, and if we go back to it and organize around it, we have a great opportunity. As for challenges, so the biggest challenge in my view, there are many, but the biggest one, I want to miss the big topics here. The biggest topic is improvement of each staff member. So I said that one of the important aspects of being superintendent is to set the direction. One of the important aspects is also to develop people. And let me diverge to the daily school for just a minute. Wouldn't you know that was going to come at some point? Every teacher at the daily school knows that they are expected to grow. From the most veteran, hot ticket, terrific teacher to a new teacher walking in, they know that our expectation is they're going to grow. They know that administrators are in their room every day. If I went to a professional development for a couple of days out of the building and came back to the daily, they'd be bashing me, saying, where weren't you in my class? I know it's not like that. It's not all Pollyanna. Everybody loves everything at the daily school. But what I am saying, and it's very genuine, There's an expectation at the Daily School that teachers will grow. There's an expectation that people will coach them, support them, be in their classrooms, give them feedback. Sometimes I know that that can cause fear. Teachers knocking down the doors to teach at the Daily School, I can tell you that. Because it's a culture. It's been built up as a culture. And when it is a culture, and by the way, it's not about evaluation. It's not about teacher evaluation. I could talk about that as well, because that does exist, and that's important. What I'm talking about is support for teachers to grow. And to your question, Ms. Thompson, developing, building, supporting a culture in our school system, a culture of continuous improvement, where people are expected to grow and where we support them to do so. And it starts at the top. You need to ask me, when I'm your superintendent, next meeting, what are your goals, Mr. Skinner? What can you put out there and make public that you want to grow in and learn about? Because you're not the finished article either, and it begins with that modeling. So I've hit a big theme, and I can keep going, right? I want an hour, I want a day-long interview, but I'll pause for a minute to see how I'm doing.
You did respond. So you gave me two, I guess, areas of growth potential, which were the collaborations and strategic plan. You gave me one on the problems or challenges, which is improvement of teachers and culture. I was just wondering if you had any other things that in the district that you really thought needed to, any other like really tough spots or areas where you would want to look into, and I kind of think about it in the terms of, as your current position, right, as the principal of principals, so to speak. Did you utilize that same kind of daily mentality to kind of throughout the district? Did they know that that was their accountability measure to move forward within their own individual schools, I guess?
Thank you for asking. Mm-hmm. Yes. It's not what I did, it's how I operate and work. It's part of my character, and it's part of my work in every place that I've been, in terms of, I've not only been in Lowell, but in each role that I've had in Lowell. First day with principals and assistant principals, I spent the first summer planning for it, and I outlined for them what is not everything. Another feature for me, another theme word would be focus. So if I diverge for just a minute, I went to visit a school in Lowell a few years ago as a principal. I was asked to visit, and the night before, somebody sent me the school's improvement plan to read through so I could be familiar with what they're doing. It was 80 pages. I said, oh my goodness, I didn't start reading this early enough. In that school's improvement plan, they addressed PBIS, MTSS, UDL, differentiated instruction, PD with West Ed, training with a... It's going to be a phenomenal school. It's not worth the paper it's written on. Do you know, by the way, improvement in schools or in any organization, businesses, is not correlated with their improvement plans? It's not. There's no correlation between improvement planning and improvement. It doesn't mean the plans are not valuable. I stand by our strategic plan. What's important is the implementation. And we fall down on that all the time. And I want to be asked about that. What are you going to do about that? But I don't think I've gotten to your question just yet. If you're asking about specific improvements, I'll give you a couple. I have a list, a long list. Most of the list I want to work with colleagues about. I want to be fair. If I say I'm going to be a collaborative leader, I don't want to blurt out to you what we're going to do. I want to work with them. But we have not addressed mental health in schools. In this era, do you know mental health issues in schools were a problem long before the pandemic? And the pandemic, of course, exacerbated them. We've had people advocate for services for mental health. First of all, getting a grip on it. What do you mean? To what extent is this? And what's our vision for attacking it? And what are we doing to address it? And some of the practices that we have where schools can't cope do not help. We've students out on 11 ABs. Means the doctor signed a note to say the kid can't be in school. And sometimes that kid can't be in school because school people have told the parent, that's what you need to get from the doctor so we can get him home tutoring. Well, guess what? We're sending kids to home tutoring. We're having the kid work just like they did in the pandemic, from home, on a computer, with the tutor once in a while. We need to support schools to address mental health issues for real. So that's specific for you. There's a whole slate of areas where we need to generate efficiencies. I'd be careful with my language here, but I'm an efficiency nut. And everything in the daily school ran efficiently, and for good reason. And the good reason isn't just because that means smoothly, quickly. It's because it means I had time to be in those classrooms. My assistants and my staff had time to do the higher level work. You can't do that if you're running after some classroom where the teacher didn't show up or dealing with some other issues. So I believe in efficiency. We should be able to register students that come into Lowell Public Schools and send them to the correct school. And that shouldn't be something that we appreciate as being extraordinary. It takes a lot of work, and I'm not making light of it or simple of it, but we can figure that out. That's an efficiency we've got to have. We've got to be able to recruit people and onboard them more quickly than we are at the moment, right? And I can go on for you, but I mean it to say I'm going to work with the cabinet to talk about these issues and more, and we're going to address them, and we're going to prioritize them, and we're going to build efficiencies. And when things are efficient, you gain a lot of scope to do a lot of other really higher level work. And on some of the examples I've given you, people get more faith and trust in your leadership and what you're doing. I was believed at the daily school and trusted at the daily school partly because things ran efficiently. I'm saying, well, just because the buses run on time and just because there's no fighting in the recess yard, I don't deserve a heck of a lot of credit for that. But people did credit that because they could trust me when I told them we really need to develop this kind of a math intervention program, or we really need the social worker to set up this kind of a group. They believed in that more because the school ran efficiently, and we need that in our district. I'm going to tell the principals we need to organize around continuous quality improvement in your schools. And that's not going to work if they look at me and say, hey, Liam, I can't get an answer to an email, right? So I hope I'm answering your question. Thank you.
Ms. Chun?
Good morning, Mr. Skinner. Thank you for sharing your story about when you were growing up. As an internal candidate, you witnessed firsthand the diversity in our district. And we know that Lowell is known as the Gateway City. And to you, education is very important. To your family, education is very important. And to our family, education is very important. I can see that one of the things that really resonates to me is that your willingness to share some of this experience. And my question to you is, how would you support Family Resource Center in order to effectively support in communication with families of our students that are non-English speakers? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Again, I have a lot I can say. Please make sure I answer the question that you want me to answer. I believe that that we have to address families as unique. I think that the definition of family is much broader than what it used to be, and we have to recognize that and accept people as families. I believe that we absolutely have to work with families as being the child's first and best teacher and advocate. despite what we think we know of the child from seeing them in school, the parent actually knows more, and we need to work with parents to understand their child's needs. And I think that I think we have to have trusting relationships with parents. This, I think, for me, a lot of it has to do with cultural proficiency, because I think a lot of our diverse families and parents in Lowell, we need to sort of we need to be conscious of culturally proficient practices in order to engage them, and I think we're slowly getting there. And more, I can say more about that in a minute as well. But part of it as well is trust relationships. Part of it is eliminating barriers for those people. So we put on school fair night. Everybody's invited. Yeah, we didn't get much of the Hispanic population. We didn't get the Brazilian families and so on, right? But I mean, this is what's happened sometimes. We say we're offering the opportunities, but they're not coming. And they're not coming because we haven't lowered barriers for them, and we haven't actually made them welcome. So some of the examples, obvious examples, would be linguistic barriers. And if again, I refer to the Daily School. At the Daily School, we had Khmer speakers, Vietnamese, Chinese, Spanish, Portuguese, Gaelic. Gaelic wasn't asked for, that was not called on very often. But there was Arabic, was the other one I was trying to think of, Arabic. So that we reached out to families. Part of there's a lot I can say about CLSP, and it's close to my heart, and I hope I'm asked about it. And we're getting there. There's an awareness developing, and I think that's the first step. But to get from awareness to where we need to go, it has to become more proactive, right? So it's not just, we're aware that the cultural tendencies in this population are going to make it that they don't really want to come into your school unless they genuinely feel a connection with you. So that's nice that we know that. But to advance our practices and deepen them, we need to do it proactively. So we'd have some of these people at the Daily School who speak different languages. We've got a school fair coming up in a couple of months from now. Reach out to them in their language and say, I work at the school. We really love having your kid here. Did you know what progress they're making? And by the way, you can come in next month when we have the fair and see the child's project on the wall. And that's more likely that we're going to have success with that. Again, I want to pause to see if I've answered your question.
Thank you. Yes, and also one thing that I wanted to ask is that when you're saying that you're reaching out to our families in their languages, their home language, will there? Do you guys send as in newsletters as well? Because yes. Remember, some of our parents are not, do not check their emails or,
yes.
So do we have anything that our hard copy that our parents can also have in hand and also read about these fairs and celebrations?
Yes, thank you. And so the answer to the question is that it has to be in multiple ways. In multiple ways, it can even be through the media, radio, but more often than not through social media. So our schools and our district, we have a Facebook page, we have a Twitter. I'm not into social media, so that's not where I get it, but I get from the Daily School each week a newsletter because my stepchildren go to the Daily School, and I know that they're actually doing a way better job than they did when I was there. So they've improved the services and they reach out to families in their languages and in the manner that they will consume. Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. So I have a question that most likely relates a great deal to what you are doing now as an internal candidate and how you would carry it over as an interim superintendent. How would you hold principals accountable when it comes to parent complaints that come to your office?
In many cases, what I want to do is not talk in generalities only, but then to give you specific examples, right? And this, immediately when you ask that question, I can think of examples. And I don't know that I can give you specifics because I don't want to be indiscreet about personnel matters. But I guess I can assure you that this is addressed, by the way, in one of my letters of reference to you was from former Superintendent of Lowell, Carla Baer, who's been a great mentor to me and has continued to mentor me in my career since she's left Lowell. And she knows and addresses in that letter how much support I will give educators to grow, but also that I hold people accountable. When I became principal of the Daly School, way back in the age of the dinosaurs, there was a question. I went directly from the classroom to being a principal, something I wouldn't recommend to anybody anymore. But I went directly from the classroom to being a principal. And one of the questions was, you know, he's one of the teachers, for crying out loud. He's one of their buddies. So I hope I'm a pleasant person and easy to get along with and approachable and so on, but I'm not anyone's buddy. I'm very, very professional. And the teachers at the Daly School, I characterize them as knowing that they're expected to improve and knowing that there's a growth expectation and that it's accepted culture at the Daly School. They also know that there's accountability. And the principals know this accountability. I have great support among the principals. I have a great rapport with the principals. We had a meeting with principals yesterday, and I couldn't feel more at home with that group of leaders and more admiring of them. But there were people that were there, and there were people that were not there who have been held accountable. I wrote principal evaluation reports in the last few weeks, and I issued them to the principals on Wednesday this week. You know, I was thinking about this interview, and I go, oh my goodness, I hope none of the principals lose faith in me, because they're being held accountable in there. But the truth is, if you are clear with people what your expectations are, and critically, if you support them to get there, genuinely get behind them and support them. And I've not been terrific about that in many respects, but I'm just quoting what the needs are. Then they will accept feedback that you give them that says their performance didn't meet the expectations. The biggest problem is if you're going to hold people accountable, they didn't meet expectations. They say, well, you never told me. Well, why didn't you help me to get there? So those are important steps. For what it's worth, what you're asking about is not at all common in Lowell Public Schools. It's part of the culture shift that needs to happen. It is not at all common. And it's happened in my career, and I haven't been thrown out because of it, because I've worked with people, and I've been clear with them up front, and I've supported them. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. I guess would there be a general process that would take place? I guess I was looking for a general process that is taking place.
Sure. Thank you. So for process, the process is we have some union members present, what they might call progressive discipline, which is entirely appropriate. If we have a call to central office that a parent has been treated poorly at a school, the principal was disrespectful, that bears addressing. That first of all gets investigated and conversations with the principal, with the parent, and we have to address and repair that relationship. And during that time, there's an opportunity to say to that principal, okay, I guess you didn't intend to be disrespectful, but do you realize when you said to the parent, it's my turn to talk, you be quiet, that might have seemed disrespectful? So in other words, you listen and you give feedback. And when it happens another time, you give more feedback and you follow that up with an email or a letter. You say, Dear Josephine, I want to record for you, this was the second time in the last 2 months that I've addressed an issue of your being disrespectful to parents. And in both cases, you didn't think you were disrespectful, but nonetheless, right? And if it goes on from there, there's a pattern, it's progressive, and it'll get corrected. and it'll get corrected because the leader, if they continue to be disrespectful, does not honor and represent our city the way it should be, and won't be invited to stay.
Thank you.
Ms. Doherty?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Skinner, you have demonstrated success as a respected leader in Lowell for decades, and I first knew you as a parent. So I know you're authentic, and I appreciate your willingness to take on this challenge. My colleagues have asked some excellent questions, and I find myself writing another one because I feel like you've already covered some areas. So really kind of like digging down to the core for me of what's concerning me. I mean, there's a lot of things, but some top things. I wonder if you could give us some specific steps about how you would address the issue of chronic absenteeism, our dropout rate, the hundreds of students that we're losing. Graduation rates are now below Brockton and Lawrence, sister cities that we've always typically performed better than, so that concerns me. So one area, the students we're losing, specific steps of how you would address that. The other area is the culture. I know the Daily School was noted, again, in Dr. Baer's letter, she mentioned the Department of Elementary Education, highlighting what a great culture they had at the Daily School, which, you know, people might say, well, it's not fair to compare all the schools to Daily, but I think when we look at culture, we see that central office, we need some real cultural changes there, and as well at each school. So dropout rate, chronic absenteeism, specific steps, improving culture at central office and at every school.
Two big topics, but I appreciate the questions. I said I enjoy interviews, and I want to be asked the searching questions. Do you mind which order they go in? Do you mind which order I go in? Okay. So I think dropout rates and chronic absenteeism is a big issue, and I want to address that. I think to be a little bit more specific about. But the idea of changing a culture in the system, that's a big one, right? It's a big one. But I can give you some specifics around that. So one example is when I became principal of the Daily School, again, very committed staff, good people. But there was a culture at the Daily School of blaming students and yelling at students, for example. And, you know, in terms of students' misbehavior, you yell at the kid. Which bothered me because I was considered that mistreatment, right? And then what do you think happened? The kids yelled back. So setting about changing that culture. By the way, there's a really terrific organization called Research for Better Teaching, RBT, in Acton, Mass, and we've worked with them over the years, both at the Daily School and in the district. The founder is John Safier, and he's a great mentor for me and a pal. And he told me sort of how to change the culture, okay? And he said you have to say it, model it, organize for it, protect it, and reward it. So how does that apply to changing the culture at the Daily School, for example, and all the kids being yelled at? You have to, John Safier would say, when you say it, he said, you have to develop a little elevator speech that represents your values. And is it, like, in other words, if I say to the staff at the Daily School, and they did, every single student in our building deserves your respect and deserve our dignity as human beings, and it's not appropriate to yell at them, regardless. And you get into all the other things about how harmful it is to the culture because you're training the kids how to respond to problems is by yelling. So that starts it, but that doesn't convince people. People have beliefs, and you cannot change their beliefs, but you can encourage them to act their way into their beliefs. So the first part is, if you talk about your values and you say it convincingly and you describe it, you start to pick off some people who are kind of sort of wondering about what you're saying and kind of sort of come on board. And then you have to model it. If I say students deserve respect, teachers better see me in the school saying, hey, are you okay? Or I can't think of a specific example, but being respectful towards students. And I told you I surveyed the staff every year, and on that survey every year was, Mr. Skinner is respectful to students on a scale of 1 to 5, and they'd vote for it, right? That was really important to me. Organize for it. We brought in speakers. We used an award ceremony that was only for awarding kids that had the highest grades, and we used that ceremony to organize to celebrate students who were being respectful. We protected it. This is a big part that people fall down on, because no matter what you want to do in changing the culture, someone who's used to the old culture is going to buck it, is going to not want to change. I'm yelling at that kid because he was disrespectful to me, and that's stuff. But you have to protect it by not tolerating that. And oftentimes in Lowell, we don't. We turn a blind eye, and we certainly don't write them up. And you have to reward it. So back to the culture at the Daily School, I could tell you any number of things about it, but rewarding it and organizing for it, we have a tradition that on the Friday morning announcements, we announce some recognitions. Now, what it would be is in the cafeteria, there are slips of paper for students to recognize each other for different acts of kindness or respect. And so you'd get a child who'd write, I want to write a recognition of my buddy Joey because when I was out sick last week, he Zoom called with me every night to keep me up with my class. And there would be dozens of these every week, and we would choose the best of them. And on the announcements that day, we say, we have a recognition here from Joey in room 203. And you know, I'm serious, you had to be there. The feeling around the school was of a place where students themselves are recognizing other students, where goodness was being promoted, where respect was expected. And it just changed the culture. And last point, I'll give you the indicator of it. There's a gazillion indicators, including the Department of Education, which I should talk about. But the best indicator, student comes from another school to Daily School, he sits down in the back of the classroom and he yells out something to the teacher, because that's what happened in his old school. The students turn to him, this happens, say, hey, we don't talk that way here. The students are saying it to other students, and that's how it is. And people talk about the Daily School being strict and all the rest of it. But then on those surveys, this is the DESE piece, every year at the end of MCAS for grades 5 and grade 8, the Department of Education puts a survey. It's a school culture survey. What's the culture like in this school? What's the climate like in this school? There's been such a positive deviance, they call it, for the Daily School that they sent a researcher out to study it. How did you get your school to be like that? And they talked to me, and I told them all about it. And then they said, okay, Mr. Skinner, you stand aside. And they asked for a random group of students, and they did some study, I forget, focus groups, discussions with the students to know, is it all for real? And it's real. And it's not because of special students. The Daily School has always had, we actually, our population at Daily School was always what we called a microcosm of Lowell. We had programs for students with behavioral disorders. We've always had typically 5 or 6 special programs. So at the moment, we have 5 special, sub-separate special ed programs and a newcomers program, or 2, I forget. But at any rate, we did not have a special privilege in that sense. I know I've rambled. Pull me back if I'm not being... Did I answer your question? Yes. Dropouts. So the typical sort of political answer, and you might have heard some of this from Liam Skinner, it's true though, right? That in a context, and in the context of across the nation and across the state, in all high schools, this is a problem. That doesn't make it okay. It doubly doesn't make it okay if it's worse in Lowell than it is elsewhere. And yes, you can blame the pandemic, but some of this started before the pandemic. So far, I have had oversight of the attendance office. And we lobbied, or I lobbied Dr. Boyd this year to include additional resources for that to be able to address it, because it's very time-consuming, labor-intensive work. You have to get people out to the homes where these kids belong, and you have to engage with them that way and make the child feel welcome coming back. And then you have to work with the people at the school. So you get a kid back to school after 2 weeks of absences, and the first thing they hear is, "Hey, you missed all these assignments, for crying out loud." So we have to find a way to make it a welcoming environment for those students to come back, and we need to be able to build for them paths to recovery. So some of that is ongoing, and some of that is ongoing, but we've not done enough. We've not had enough people and resources. We're going to have, because we're hiring some additional, thanks to the school committee for approving them. So that's part of the answer. But another part of the answer is that the work to address dropouts really should start much, much sooner. You know what? It should start in elementary school. The research on dropouts gives us indicators of the problem that occur in elementary school. So I've rattled off what we're going to do to go out to homes of the high school kids and so on, but the truth is we need to develop that and bring it down to middle and elementary schools to avoid that. And one of my pitches to you as superintendent is that we need to take a long-term view. We need to address the issues in elementary school. We will see the benefits, but only lightly. The real benefits will accrue when students are in high school and they're not dropping out. But it's a long-term view. And one last comment about it. We need to also learn more about successful practices. In Lowell, the tradition to go after dropouts is to assume that they're truant, because that's sort of synonymous. The kid's truant from school, for crying out loud, right? So we've learned through research that there's a really important distinction to be made between children being truant or school refusal students. So there are kids who are school refusal. Mom can't get the kid out of bed in the morning to go to school. And the kid is not truant in that traditional sense. Mental health issue, right? And so there are different treatments for different cases. And we need to learn how to distinguish between them. We've started some of that work this year. We need to learn how to figure out, is Maya, who's not been in school for 2 months, a school refusal problem or a truancy problem, and go after the method most appropriate to deal with that. And we're just beginning with that.
You all set, Ms. Doherty? I get to go last, and the committee members did an excellent job asking questions. Already, I feel that, Mrs. Skinner, with your decades of experience in the Lowell leadership positions in Lowell, you can talk on all day about the schools. Going to take it a little bit of different directions. In the city of Lowell, we have two governing bodies, the city council and the school committee. And I'm fortunate to be a liaison between the council and the school committee, as well as working with the city manager and the superintendent. That relationship is a special relationship. It's always understood that there's a push and pull between the school committee and the council, but as well as the school district, as with the city goals as a whole. I don't see it as that way. If you were to be hired as a superintendent, how would you approach being a superintendent? You will have to be a liaison among the different governing bodies and leadership. How would you approach? What are your goals that you plan to do working with the council, with the city manager, as well as the entire school district?
Thank you. I have thought about this and I've prepared for it, and I think it's also sort of a difficult area, but I'll give you some of my thoughts on it. I think it's absolutely crucial that as superintendent, I strike up a strong working relationship with city manager, with the mayor, and with the council to address needs that we need to work on together. I don't think there's benefit in castigating any side. That's the city's responsibility. That's the school's responsibility. I don't think that there's benefit in doing that. But I do think there's benefit in sitting down and talking about what our city needs. I don't mind sharing concerns with you. I'm concerned about the buildings. I'm concerned about the facilities. When I've put myself forward for this role, I take responsibility. I've always been someone who's taken responsibility for issues and for problems. And I take responsibility when I take a superintendency for the conditions in the schools. I take responsibility for the boilers that break down in the middle of winter when there's a leak. And as an aside, slightly related to what the mayor was talking about, Ms. Martin, you had a question that I thought was brilliant, and I thought some of the simplest things, like why aren't we doing that? Why don't we have a contract with some people that can come in when they're needed? You know, what happened at the Wang School with the burst pipe this year, and we're trying to finagle how to get a contract to get somebody in there to fix that. Couldn't we have something lined up to go? I've looked into that because I want to see there's got to be legality. It's doable. Okay, so we can be proactive in that sense as well. But more broadly, Mr. Mayor, I'm aware, I guess, of the situation. I know how much our budget is. I know how much is Chapter 70. I can quote the numbers if you want to impress you, but I don't need to do that. I know how much the city contributes to it in cash, which is very little, 5.7%. And I know that the city contributes the rest in services, and I know that those services do not meet the needs of the facilities in the school district. And that is, none of that is those are just facts. That's not assignment of blame or responsibility. I'll take responsibility as your superintendent. And part of that responsibility will be to meet professionally and respectfully with the city manager, with the mayor, and to share with the school committee where we are, and to do some of the things we've been advocating for, like having joint meetings, joint subcommittee meetings where we work this out. I believe that people on the city council and the city mayor and the city manager want what's best for our community. I really believe that. I think they want to take care of us and take care of our community and have it flourish. I just need an opportunity to tell them why facilities for school facilities would be a good use of funds in order to sort of see that vision come true, right? But I'm not naive. I'm not saying you pick me, you guys, and boy, I'll whip that around quickly. That's not necessarily so. But I do think I've got the skills and the temperament and the professionalism to get this to happen. I think that in the past, my old mentor, Carla Baer, made some dent in that, and she worked an agreement in 2007. I do think it's time for us to relook at that. But it's about, for me, Mr. Mayor, in answer to your question, coming to agreement, coming to a consensus about, you know what, my wildest dreams about the city devoting $500 million to fix all the issues in school, that's not going to happen, and I'm not going to advocate for that. But what's reasonable, and what's reasonable that can be done? Can we prioritize? Can we assist with some of our ESSER funds, right? So my point is just to be reasonable and to work with people and to plan it out, have an agreement that succeeds that 2007 agreement where we know from year to year what the district can expect the city to provide and what's a reasonable expectation of quality work when the services are provided. And are we going to get the painting done before we get the plumbing fixed, or do we do it the other way around? Like, I think we can work on that, and I think we can make progress with that.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. We're not going to have a follow-up questions or comments from the committee members. At this point, I would like to ask Mr. Skinner to make a closing statement.
Thank you. You didn't give me near enough time. I have notes that I've not even looked at, okay? I'd like to talk more about lots of, but I'll hold it right there. I'd have liked to have talked more about equity. I thought I was going to be asked about equity, and I would have shared with you my view on that. And I'm a very personal, private person in general, but I would share with you that my wife is Jamaican American, and my two stepsons are black. And I'm not saying this to sort of about my commitment to CLSP because I was there before that, But I can tell you that there's a new, very visceral sense of how important that is. When Ahmaud Arbery, that case, when that occurred, that went to the bone in me. Because, I've been a runner, my kids have been runners, you go for a run down the street. That guy was out for a jog. And I think about that for my stepsons, and what does that mean? And we haven't had the talk yet, but we're going to have the talk. And I worry in the schools where my, Tommy, Rafe, and Liam, good kids, the best of kids, and they got in trouble sometimes, right? And had reasonable consequences for it. Will Gavin and Ben be treated the same way, and will that be reasonable? Will there be the same sort of, presumption of innocence and all of those things? So I can say more about what we're doing about it in Lowell Public Schools and what I believe we should do about it, but I won't belabor the opportunity to give you a closing statement. But I will say, in the closing statement, I'll say a couple of things. One is that I am not political. There's a political aspect to the role and to being a superintendent. I get it. I will be at community events. I will be in places when I talk about say it, model it, organize for it. Part of the saying it is getting into different public places and saying it to different people and using opportunities to speak about it. I get that. But I have not looked for opportunities to call you to lobby for my candidacy for superintendent, and nor have I asked people to do it on my behalf. And of course, it's possible people did, and if they did, I don't know that. And that, to some extent, is considered to be naive in Lowell. I've been asked how many votes I have. I've been asked what groups, groups of principals, groups of parents, central office. I have with me, in my candidacy, a reservoir of goodwill from a variety of constituents, from families, from school leaders and teachers, and from central office. But I stand by my work, and I stand by the culture that I've worked with and infused in the places that I've been in my career. And I've been respectful, and I haven't always been right, and I can admit it when I'm not. But I'm open, I'm transparent, and I'm genuine. I don't have controversies trailing me. I have a commitment to our community. I've worked and lived in Lowell every day since I got off the boat, or airplane, right? And I'm committed to it. And I'm committed to it for the reasons of my passion for students and what education can do to give them a better, more productive, happy life. It's been what's worked for me. Education is a key to that, and I'm determined that our students will have it, and I'm determined that we'll do so equitably, that will apply to every student, and that there's particular need to pay attention to kids who are underserved. I'll pause. Thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
On behalf of the school committee member, we thank you, Mr. Skinner, for making the time and your interest for this position. Dr. Hall, considering the time that we have, please get the next candidate.
It is freezing in here. I'm always warm, and it is freezing in here. The poor man keeps taking coughing fits up there. Good line, Mick. That's funny.
How are you? Good.
Good. Good morning again. Our next candidate is Ms. Latifa Phillips. She's one of the 3 internal candidates. And as with Mr. Skinner, Ms. Phillips is no stranger to the chamber, but it might be a little bit different that you are in the front seat now, answering direct questions from committee members. What we'll do, we'll start with Ms. Phillips providing an opening statement, and then afterward, we'll open to the committee members. Ms. Phillips?
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor and school committee members. I spent time reflecting on what I wanted to share with you, as well as what I wanted to share with our community. And there are 3 things I want to share. 1, who I am. 2, what I believe. And 3, what you can expect from me. I want to start with who I am. I identify as a Black and Native cisgender woman from a working class family. I'm the first in my family to graduate from college and the first to embark on a professional career. I'm also a multilingual person who has developed my language skills from living abroad. That said, I have also spent the last 10 plus years in senior executive level positions, which has placed me as a top percentage of wage earners and power brokers in the communities in which I serve. The reason I'm acknowledging this and owning all of my identities, some of which are privileges, is because I believe it's important to be intentional about how who you are shapes your decision-making lens. And it's important to be aware of how you make decisions, as well as the gaps in your decision-making and where you might need to fill them in. What I believe that education is a fundamental civil right. I believe it's a human right, and I believe it's a cornerstone of democracy. Public education in particular, I believe, is a lever that enables individuals to transform their circumstances, similar to myself, and as a lever for individuals to transform their families and communities. Education is a very personal thing to me. It's not just a job, it's not just a career. And I think that you can see that through my career choices over the last 25 years, that I lead with conviction and I lead in service to community. So what can you expect from me, and what is my unique leadership value add? I am an experienced senior level executive who brings a systems level equity approach to every job I've had, which spans the classroom, schools, district administration, higher education, state leadership, and international organizations. And one of the most valuable lessons I've learned as a leader from working across so many varied types of institutions is that it's not possible for one leader to know everything. And that's why I have developed a collaborative leadership style, because as I mentioned, every person, if you're aware of your blind spots, you can build a team that is able to create sustainable results for the community in which they serve. And so that's what you'll get in me. I have worked across 2 countries, well, 3 if you count the United States. I've worked in sovereign nations, 6 different states, and every place I go is a privilege to serve wherever it is that I am. I bring my best self to the community that I serve, but I am always aware that I am in service to a community and bringing my best for what they want for their children and families. Lastly, I want to mention that being in a one-term interim position, what you can expect from me is a humble leader. That is also a core value of mine, is humility. This is required for an interim position, especially an interim position that's coming from within. It requires humility to be able to work with a team of peers, to work with very high-level, experienced leaders from across the district. And I want you to know that I will actively and intentionally prepare for the possibility of transitioning leadership to a permanent leader. And the focus will always be what's in the best interest of our students and children, maintaining stability, accelerating progress, but always keeping in mind that it's about our students and children. It's not a personal agenda. And I think that's what I'd like to start with.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Before I open the floor to the members, just want to make a quick comment concerning the time that answers might be longer, questions might be longer. If I could ask members to ask 1 or 2 questions at one point when they're called on, but no follow-up questions after that. That would help us manage the time for today. We'll start with Ms. Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Phillips, for joining us today. My question today has been kind of, across the board, both for external and internal candidates. What I'd like to hear about is kind of how you would approach that first 30 days, 60 days, in the most concrete terms you could share, of how you would get your bearings from a new perspective, what you would be relying on to ensure that you're, kind of taking in all of the specific issues and challenges that will be there, and addressing them in a way that would be effective and efficient for the district as a whole. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your question. So the approach is twofold, because you have to start doing, right? The school year is approaching. You got to start doing. But in order to build trust, you also have to listen. So I think the first thing for me is bucketing decisions and things that must happen immediately, and things where there really is more time for listening and discussion. Things that must happen immediately is being prepared to open the school. That's supporting the hiring, making sure that every building is staffed with a teacher on the first day of school. That's making sure that the facilities are ready for the doors to be open, that any regulations are met so that we can open doors. That includes safety plans. All of the leadership hired, all of the core services being put into place. We've been operating with the school opening dashboard for the last couple of years, so this is not something new to our team. It's it's pretty formulaic, and that's the do part. The listening part is how are we going to continue to accelerate the work that we've started? And on the listening side, I will start with listening to my colleagues, sharing what they feel we need to continue to do, share what they hear, they feel they would have liked taken off of their plate and why, and talk about what are the goals that we're going to set once the school year has begun. It's also reaching out to our teachers. I have spent the last week in teacher-led trainings, and I've been reminded of the importance of staying close to people in the classroom. Because I think that when I talk about blind spots as an administrator, you start thinking like an administrator. And we were in a session and the facilitator said, you know, what do you think teachers need to do to improve on X, Y, Z? And I started thinking very systematically. And then I started hearing from teachers things like addressing cell phones, right? And I thought, I wouldn't have thought of that one, right? Because I'm not in the classroom. And so that's a piece I think is important, is hearing from the teachers about how they're doing. I think especially as we're going into our second stable year after the pandemic, it's always about teaching and learning. But if the teacher is the main lever for student success, an investment in teachers and in their self-care and well-being is a critical investment to the success. And so that is something that I want to make sure I'm understanding from a veteran teacher, from our newer teachers as well. I don't want to forget about our support staff. As a teacher, I knew that you know, my key partners were all across the building, the custodian, the safety officer, the cafeteria. So I will develop a listening plan to hear how is everyone doing? How is everything that we've put in place reaching you? What do we continue to build on? What should we shift? I don't believe in overselling. Every time I share with someone that I'm listening, I say, I want you to know I'm listening, I'm hearing. I need to hear more, right? But one thing I'm not is, one thing I am is a practitioner at heart. And so I take a very pragmatic approach to my decision-making. And I left out the students and families because that's an ongoing piece of what I get to do already in my role. I do have the Family and Community Engagement division, which is one of the areas of work I'm most proud. And we just recently are entering into a partnership with a community organization to come up with new ideas and solutions for better serving our Hispanic Latino students. And so I'm very excited about accelerating change in our district, not only by way of the schools and classroom, but also by way of partnering with families and communities for innovative solutions.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Phillips, for being here. A two-part question. So managing a district and a leadership team with a variety of different personalities, some very strong personalities, can be a challenge. So if you could give us a concrete example of when you managed a variety of different personalities, what that was like, and then as a follow-up to that, what led you to your particular leadership style, and what is that? Thank you.
So I've never had an easy job. So I'm like, which example do I choose from? I'll say that I like to reflect back to who I am and how that impacts the decisions I make. I'm a multiracial person. I grew up in and out of different communities. So I have always learned to listen, watch, and ask questions. So that's how I manage different personalities, because I am flexible. I am an adaptive and flexible person. And because I've never led with ego, and because humility is like inside of me, it makes it easier for me to manage different personalities, because I'm not out to win, I'm out to get the best result. So that said, I can think of a time when in one of the districts I worked, we were rolling out a digital learning plan. And the first step of the digital learning plan was to secure the funding for the plan, and the funding was secured through a community process. So the voters had to vote to allocate additional money for the technology plan. So as the chief of staff, I partnered with the finance office around that campaign for getting community support for a digital learning technology fund. We got the fund, the community supported it, but then the finance officer who really believed in technology just started taking steps to like purchase the technology and to come up with the plan for the instructional program. And we are now holding taxpayer dollars, and we have to not only present a plan that is an efficient use of the dollars, but also demonstrate how it's going to impact students. So I was tasked with then pulling the finance officer back and saying, there are some missing partners at the table. And then I had to bring the academic team in, right? And the finance officer felt very strongly, I think when people feel very passionately, they need to be heard and they need to be respected. And that is something that I believe has been my strength, is being able to sit and listen and then gently nudge people toward consensus. So we brought in the academic team. We were able to now talk about, technology and finance has to work hand in hand with instruction. We pulled in family and teachers to talk about what exactly are the devices, because from a technology perspective, from just someone who's passionate about finance and technology, we were just purchasing devices that teachers and communities didn't feel, they had some concerns on how it was going to be used in their different grade levels. So in the end, we went from like this blanket decision to almost purchase the same kind of equipment for the whole district to actually, I think we went with laptops for high school. This is a couple years ago, so don't say, oh, that sounds outdated. It was laptops for the high school, Chromebooks for the middle, and then iPads for the younger grades, and I believe we might have opted out for kindergarten, right? So that's the equipment piece. We also talked about the teacher suite. What does the teacher need in the classroom? How do we then retrofit the classroom to meet the technology needs? And then we had to have a discussion of, just because you put a bunch of devices in the room doesn't mean that you're going to know how to use them and maximize them for instruction. We had to come up with a professional development plan. The professional development plan then needed to be negotiated. So there were all of these steps where we had millions of dollars of a new taxpayer fund, and in my role, I was charged with bringing the two major offices together to develop this plan. And then the last important piece of the plan was the refreshing of the technology, right? Because now you've got thousands of devices, and when you think about recycling and care for environment, you have to think about how you're going to dispose of and refresh your devices.
Ms. Chun?
Good afternoon. So your service again, thank you for sharing your story. Your service with our district as Chief Equity and Engagement Officer. Now shifting that role, How can you use your roles to build a stronger relationship with central office, teachers, and staff so there are no miscommunication for our students that are non-English speakers?
May I ask a follow-up? When you say there's no miscommunication for our English learners, could you share with me what that?
Because seeing that your strength is being someone who's multilingual, and how are we addressing some issues, again, with going back to the question I previously asked our candidate, is that how can we address some of that issues, such as what kind of communications that you are relating to our families?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. So, as a multilingual person, I don't think people always understand that communication isn't always just transactional. It's not just about making sure you get the message. It's also about building relationships and comfort for people to be able to talk to people in charge, right? And I don't think people realize how even when you're kind and friendly, there's a lot of intimidation to not speaking the dominant language, the language that's in power. I recently took a visit to Montreal with the city team, and I am a very empowered individual, right? I'm a multilingual individual, but not in French. And when I picked up the phone to call the French-speaking school district, I felt intimidated, you know? And I picked up the phone and I said, bonjour, anglais s'il vous plaît, you know? And it was like, I am the chief equity officer, and I am shrinking at asking the person on the other line, is there someone there who speaks English, because I was trying to set up a meeting. I think, to tie this back to your question, you have to be aware of that in order to truly hear what English learners are experiencing and what their families are experiencing in our public school system. We have to create that relationship, and in some communities, you don't question the school, right? But in our community, those who advocate are the ones who get what they need for their child. And so I think that that's part of the work we've tried to do at the Family Leadership Institute, is to let families know that your voice matters, and that we are here to listen, and that you can come into the school and you can come and ask for an interpreter. And when we go to meet with families and students, we try wherever possible to hold meetings in the language of the family, the primary meeting in the language, because even though an interpreter helps with the, to connect the message, it's not always the same as having someone who can speak your language. And so, especially throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, our liaison team, we're holding a lot of those meetings in the language of the families to be able to really get to the bottom of what they need. I will share with you that in addition to understanding what the student's experience is in the classroom, we're also looking at what their access is to extracurricular activities, because we know that that's also an area that there may not be supports all the time. And so we're looking at who's participating, how are they being supported, and then another piece is how are we ensuring that families know what the options are so that they can make the best decision for their child.
Mr. Rossi?
Thank you. Thank you for sharing all of your experience as well. In a role as interim superintendent, What is your view on the best recruitment and hiring strategies?
So there's the technical process, right, of making sure that we're posting in places where people get their information. So that means not only posting on the, the Indeed.com or LinkedIn, but also looking at our different associations, right, of Latino administrators, Latino educators, Black educators, and having an intentional effort to get information out. We also are, I think you're aware that we've developed a retention program called our Diversifying Teacher Leaders Program. And when we first embarked on our initiative to diversify our workforce, we said one of our greatest strengths in recruitment is being able to demonstrate to people that when you get here, we will invest in you, we will support you, and we want to hear your voice. We can't authentically do that if we haven't invested in the people who are already here. And so that was a retention strategy that leads to a recruitment strategy. Having our diverse teacher leaders be able to speak to new recruits, to share their experience, to share, all of the positive reasons why they should come here. We have 2 cohorts. We just graduated our first cohort of diverse teacher leaders. The 2 cohorts are completely different. The first is a very veteran teacher group, and the second is a very new teacher group. And one of the things that I learned from the veteran group is that we have this group of tremendous talent of teachers who felt that their voice was not heard. And this past month, they presented their leadership projects, and all of them shared, I feel like this is the first time I've had a voice for making change. We talk about teacher leadership being first in the classroom, right? Instructional leadership. We want to keep teachers in the classroom, but if you were a teacher like me, you wanted to be involved in school-wide change, and we want to make sure that we're giving opportunities for teachers where they don't have to leave the classroom. Stay in the classroom, keep your skill set in the classroom, and we have other ways for you to continue to evolve your leadership. So I think that is a strategy for recruitment because it's authentic, right? It's authentic change in our district. It's thinking differently about where we're posting. And I'll also say that it's also thinking differently about how we define most qualified, right? How we define experience, because that can also open or close doors.
We also have Mr. Rossi.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Ms. Doherty.
I'm going to switch up because I think that you actually addressed the question I was going to ask had to do with the significant turnover in your department and in general with key staff members and what the plans were around that exodus. But I think you've really covered it in response to Mr. Rossi. So I'm going to skip to a different question. Can you give us an example of when you changed your mind about a course of action? Mm-hmm. What factors led to it, and what was the result?
Sure. So, one of the things in my office that I am proud of is the foundation that we're laying for our community school strategy. And we started the year with an experienced leader who was able to hit the ground running. We built a team that was able to lead the experienced leader. And then there was a transition. And anytime there's a transition, you're at a decision point. Every time. You can pause and not move forward. You can keep moving forward badly, or you can take time to reassess and rebuild. And I think that that's what we ended up doing, was taking the time and rebuilding, because it was a reminder to me that no matter what we do, we always have to build capacity. And a change that I am implementing in my office, or something that, so let me first finish talking about community schools, and then I'm going to tell you how it's also impacted just the way that I implement decisions as a leader. So I hired a new leader, but now we have to go slow to go fast. And so the first step was training. I had to seek out training. We got training on the national strategy for the whole team. The whole team took this training together to build together. One of the things that we identified that we needed to strengthen was the needs assessment process. So we said, what data do we have right now? We gathered the existing data. What data is missing? We set an expectation that each of the schools was going to conduct one-on-one interviews. Each of the schools was going to conduct focus groups. Each of the schools was going to take an inventory of what services they had, what services they didn't have, and then they were going to present present a report on their findings. This was something that we did not have before. These past 2 weeks, I've been reading the reports from each of the schools, and I just felt so, one, proud of the growth that I saw in every single individual. Two, happy that we have a solid foundational plan, because sometimes we don't have a plan that we're able to hand over to someone else. And so that's part of the learning that I continue to do. In every step, let's make sure we're documenting and always have a plan. Nothing we do is ever person-specific, personality-specific. That's never a good way to build, a core initiative. And so each school has a plan. They've created a plan for how they're going to share the plan out with advisories that they're going to develop for each school building. They've identified the training that they're going to need and done a year-long scope that could be handed to anyone. I am aware that one person's not coming back, right? That plan can be handed to the next person to implement. We also have new schools coming on. Those plans can be available to the new person as part of the blueprint. So I think that's something I've been reminded of through that process. And then the piece that impacted my broader leadership skill development is just the cross-training, and I have different staff. I have a lot of staff in one position, right? And I always tell my staff there needs to be a backup, because the work can't stop when one person is out. So somebody always needs to be able to do the other person's role to a level where you can keep the work going. And that's something I feel strongly not only just for my office, but for all major operations throughout the district. We've got to cross-train so that there's never a stoppage of continuity for major services, and it can't just be person-specific.
Mr. Lay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Phillips, this is our second interview. I'm honored. The first interview was a few years ago for the position that you are in right now. Your education, your accomplishments is very impressive. and I am honored to interview you for the interim superintendent. And you know that being an internal candidate, you know being a superintendent in Lowell, it is hard. It is difficult. And you're brave. You are brave, and I will respect you for that. And I want to also thank you for having an opportunity to work with you in the past few years. So this question is just like the last question I asked. It is about how people see you. The benefit of being an internal candidate is that you already know many people here, and also people here already probably have a pretty good idea who you are. So when you become a superintendent, how do you think the staff in the Lowell public schools, such as the teachers, the principals, and paras, counselors, social workers, everybody in the system, how do you think they describe you?
That's a good question. I hope that my team will describe me as collaborative, as someone who listens, provides guidance, expects you to bring your best to the table, and to always make decisions in the best interests of our children. I hope that I hope people can talk to me, and not just high-level talk, but it is important to me that we're able to talk about things that make people nervous to talk to their supervisor about, because you have to build a level of trust. And I actually do have a team member that tested it out. And they came to me and they said, you know, at the team meeting, you always say, you know, I don't want the meeting after the meeting. You know, let's tell me what the topic is of the after the meeting. And this person came to me and you know, shared some things that they needed to happen differently. And I said, I appreciate it, because if you don't tell me what you need, I'm going to make assumptions, right? And I'm going to make assumptions based on who I am. So all of those things I told you who I am, I'm making assumptions that that's okay for everyone else. And I am realizing that, because I have people in a lot of new positions, that there are different personality types, right? And it's not up to everyone else to conform to my personality type. It's up to me to figure out what does each person need in their specific role to be successful. So that is something that that I hope my team feels about me. And when we have our team meeting next week, I'm going to say, hey, I said this, you know, how do you feel? But I hope that this is, because that is something that I believe in is important to me. If that's something that is not happening, that is something that is important to me. I think that fear gets in the way of risk-taking. It gets in the way of innovation. One thing I do not do is pass accountability. If I am the lead on it, I do not leave people out there by themselves. That is something I've done my entire career. And so I think that when you have shared accountability, you don't have to be as afraid to reveal your disagreements, to reveal your areas for weakness, and to share your hopes for growth.
You all set, Mr. Lee?
Yeah, I'm good.
Thank you, all the committee members, for all your questions and your answers. And I do have one question also for Ms. Phillips. I apologize for asking the question from behind your back, but I think you can see me on the screen as if I'm looking straight at you. The school budget is probably one of the most important and most challenging for any school district, but more so for our school district with the rising costs of materials and just in general, just lack of fundings that come into the school. How would you advocate to keep the resources that we already have, and what are your plans to get more money, more funding to come into the district? Right now, we are relying heavily on the ESSER funding, but that won't last forever. But just in general, we just need more funding to come to the district to have a quality school system. If we could hear some of your plans.
Yeah, so that's a process question. It's also a strategy question. We've all been aware that the ESSER federal dollars are coming to an end. I do think that we've done a good job of always keeping that at the forefront of the decision-making that we've been making. We will be preparing to transition some of those costs to the new funding coming in through the Student Opportunity Act. I think what's going to be critical for us this morning, this year, I don't know why I said this morning, this year, is to monitor the spending on ESSER. And I think at one of our last school committee member meetings, there was that request as well, which I absolutely agree with. I think most of my budgeting experience comes from my work in the state, where we worked very closely with our finance office, and regular monthly meetings around, are we on target with spending, where we're off, what are the immediate changes that need to be made, at what points are we going to reallocate funds to a different strategy. So all of those process pieces I'm very well aware of. My approach to budgeting has been from a zero-based budgeting approach. And so what that means, Mr. Mayor, and for anyone who's watching, is that we don't always just carry every year. We don't just say, well, this is what we spent last year, so this is what we're spending this year. Every year is a reevaluation of our strategy. Every year is a reevaluation of our goals. What worked, what didn't work. Is it time to not continue investing in this strategy? Is it time to invest in that strategy? So I think when you operate from a zero-based budgeting perspective, you're able to be more nimble in thinking about the pot of money that you do have available. What are your must-haves, non-negotiables? There are some must-haves that have to be in place, but then in the more discretionary spending, have we invested in the right strategies, and are there shifts that we need to make? I think because we know that the federal funding is sunsetting, we can be aware of that from the start, and knowing, again, being intentional around the Student Opportunity Act, being intentional around the federal funds that are available, and really having discussions around, are we leveraging all of the different funding sources? Because there are choices. There are limitations with different funding sources, but there's also flexibilities. So I think that by utilizing a zero-based budgeting strategy, we'll be able to be in a good place for next year.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips, and for this interview. Everybody did an excellent job keeping everything on time. I speak on all the members here, Ms. Phillips. We thank you for applying for this position. We thank you for taking the time to prepare and attending this interview process. Now we will close with a closing statement from you.
Sure. So, well, one, I want to thank you for this opportunity to sit here and to be considered to represent and lead our school system. I hope that I have shown you that not only am I qualified, but I have the heart to serve. And being qualified means two things. It's not just that you've done this work before, but that you also know how to build and honor, you know, a high-level, high-performing team. And so I bring transparency, humility to this work, and I want to champion voices that haven't been heard before. I want to do it in a way that is that centers care and dignity for all. And you know, this past week, I mentioned that I spent a lot of time with teachers at the high school on our Portrait of a Graduate process. And through the Portrait of a Graduate process, we've been visiting a lot of other schools to see how they do things. And in listening to the presentations of the teachers, I said, you know what? In a couple years, when our building is done and, you know, our programming catches up to the building, other districts are going to be flying across the country to see what's happening here in our community. And when I first got here, there was this tagline I heard a lot. There's a lot to like about Lowell, right? When I first got here, and there is. That's why I've chosen to stay here and make this my home. But something that I thought about, and I wrote it in my notes, I said, there's a lot to like about Lowell, but there's a lot to learn from Lowell. And that's what I'm excited about, is the talent we have here, accelerating the improvements, making sure that it's done in a caring and dignified way for all, and then showing everyone else what it is that we do here. And again, I recognize that this is a one-year role, and in recognizing that, you all have another decision to make at a later time. And what I care about is this organization. And even though we'll continue to accelerate change, you know, where we need to this year, I also will honor, you know, the people and leaders at this institution and make sure no matter what decision is made, that, that there is continuity and stability for our district. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Again, this is the time that we have. We appreciate your time. To the members, we will now take a recess break for lunch. We shall return back to the chamber here at 2:15. Is that correct? 2:15?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see.
We should be back here before that. That's the next interview.
We'll see everyone here back at 2:15 in chamber. Thank you.
I had to get up and move.
Okay, here we go.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll run up right now.
Do not. We have,
Oh, I told her.
it's in the mayor's conference. Have him spend his money, all the fortune he's making at CA.
That's right, exactly.
Good to see you, Jerry.
You too, man. Yeah, how you doing?
You always always welcome. You're always welcome.
You're welcome.
You should work together instead.
I was out at the city yesterday.
While you're at it,
As long as I'm here.
while you're at it,
Well, I'm here.
yeah,
Yeah, I was having that.
okay.
Being out at the city yesterday and having
Other side.
so many people stopping me when I was walking by, like they'd hear me talking to somebody, and then they'd stop me and go, "You're Jerry. I listen to you every morning." It's like, really? Really?
You
Why?
don't know how many people listen.
Apparently people do listen.
I got so many texts when people.
Yeah, unfortunately, because somebody was trying, one of the producers was trying to see if they could hook up a video camera, and they took a panel and put it on top of the box that our streaming is running on top of. Well, they put the box on the vent, so the box overheated and burnt out. So we're waiting for a pot to get our streaming working. That's why our stream isn't working. Streamer, Simple Radio. Yeah, Simple Radio does the same thing.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go charge mine.
Just in case.
Glad I could help out.
You guys are troopers.
It's either sit here or sit at home and watch it. Because my poor wife isn't feeling good. So she's just lying on the couch. She just wants to sleep. So I said, I'm going to go after the show. I'm going to go down to the meeting. 'Cause she's had this hacking cough, and they haven't been able to figure out yet what's causing it. They've tested her 3 different times for COVID, asthma, bronchial. Now they're sending her to a ear, nose, and throat. Yeah, she just, and she works nights on top of it, and so she hasn't been sleeping too good. So I just said, you know, there's nobody else home, her and the dog. They'll be fine. Yep. Yep. She's never tested, she's the only one of us who never tested positive. I had it, my daughter had it twice, but she's never tested positive. Right, but it's, yeah, absolutely, yep. My daughter from New York was down visiting, she came down for Christmas. And the week after Christmas, she got so sick, aching muscles, but COVID wasn't diagnosed then. But we swear to God, that's what she had then. Yeah, after the fact. By the way, nice to see it up and running. It's working perfect. I was watching the stream. Actually, that mic is also working. Oh, okay, thanks.
Oh, hanging in there. The shoes all in.
We now resume the meeting, the special meeting of the interviews for the interim superintendent. We're returning from the lunch recess. Madam Secretary, please roll call.
Ms. Doherty.
Here.
Ms. Martin. Mr. Lay.
Here, Mr. Lay is here.
He's here too. Ms. Martin.
Here.
Ms. Thompson. Here. Mayor Chow.
Here.
Ms. June.
Here.
Ms. Del Rossi.
Here.
7 present.
Right. We will continue with the interview of the next candidate shortly. We are just waiting for Dr. Hall to bring in the candidate.
How are you?
Welcome. We welcome Ms. Janelle Pearson Campbell for the next interview. We'll give her about a few seconds just to settle down at the front seat here. What we'll do, we'll start with Ms. Pearson Campbell, start with an opening statement, and then we'll open up to comments and questions to the school committee members. And this time we'll start with Ms. Thompson as the first question. If you are ready to do an opening statement, again, welcome to Lowell, and we thank you for taking the time and traveling to our city for this interview. Ms. Janelle Pearson Campbell, please, if you would start with the opening statement.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming in on a Saturday rainy day. My name is Janelle Pearson Campbell. I am the interim superintendent for Northampton Public Schools. And to give you a little bit about me, I did my dissertation from UMass Lowell, and the reason why I did it there because when I started education 21 years ago, I started as a special education student and a special education teacher where I had students who did not read on grade level. And I wanted to help my families and community members. And I am a third-generation proud Southern Black educator. But I didn't go into education straight in. I went to pharmacy school first and finished out health information management. So when I came home, my mom was like, you got 1 year to figure this out. Don't let that math and science go to waste. And so I applied for UMass Boston and Boston Public at the same time. And so for the past 21 years, I've been leading and charging the way. And I'm currently this interim superintendent for Northampton. And my first few weeks, I had to hire 7 key people because in the first 15 minutes, people were resigning. And so one of the things that I had to do, and you probably hear some of the questions that I had to ask my staff, was about diversity, equity, inclusion. How do you increase parent engagement? How do you handle a budget? And so that's one of the things because I believe in a team process. In addition to that, my opening statement is also too about finance and management. And one of the things that I had to do, similar to what your budget has seen I looked on the website, I put together a process because it's not just the superintendent's budget, it's the entire school system's budget. And so one of the things that we had to do was create a budget so that anyone in the community can look online. I can send to them the presentation so that they can understand how the budget was created and designed. In addition to that, especially about equity and inclusion, we could talk about equity in the community, but sometimes our fellow community members, we have to help them with understanding this is what the expectation for Lowell Public Schools. And so one of the things I had to do was a communication plan, and the communication plan consists of these are the things that are our vision for this district, these are the expectations for the district, and also too looking at our policies about anti-racism, discrimination, bullying process. So one of the things I can say as a superintendent, no day is ever the same. I'm on 24 hours. Your phone can be called at any time because it could be a fire in the community and it affects back into the schools so that you can really have a collective part. So I'm thankful for the opportunity to interview with you today. And really my main focus is putting students first. How do you have a vision and a plan for the community, and also prepare past what you call the pandemic, the COVID lost learning. And so these are things that I hopefully be able to explain throughout the questions that you have today to me, but I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you once again and for the introduction. We'll now open to the floor. We'll start with Ms. Thompson.
Hello, and thank you for coming in, Ms. Pearson Brown. Campbell, I'm sorry, Kirsten Campbell. I'm giving you a new last name. So I do have a couple of questions, so I'm going to try to combine them to make them make a little bit more fluid sense. I guess and it was based on kind of what you just spoke about with your equity lens and kind of how you lean into that. So I would love to know your leadership style, kind of encompassing the equity component and how potentially you've noted or maybe included the special ed students in that, because I feel oftentimes they're left out of that. And if you're really developing an equity policy or being intentional to have equity as a part of what you do, I would love to hear a little bit more about that.
Okay, so first of all, I am a special education student, and I bring that background to me. In my first 9 years, I taught special education, and I also was assistant director of special ed. And as the superintendent, one of the things that we call Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 instruction is really thinking about what types of curriculum that you have that support all learners. And then also to bring the education jargon, by July 1st, every school has to have a process for understanding dyslexia guidelines, ensuring that assessment is put into place. And the second piece is also looking at the curriculum that you have in place to ensure that all learners are in there. In addition, when I worked, I looked on the site and also too looking at the various components, is really thinking about, does everyone understand that special education means that general education has been the foundation first, and then you build up from there. And so my thought process and also my mission is also to explain to parents and community members that special education students can do it. You are preparing them for college and career, and what does that process look like? And so one of the examples I can also say about what type of professional development for our educators, our building leaders, et cetera. So one of the things I can say that I have done as an educational leader is putting what's called a change of process, which means that you want to look at the data with student exposed to curriculum. If they're English language learners, have the access standards been in place? How long have they been into the community? When have they received the interventions? When have they had conversations about data management? And so one of the things that I have asked, and one of the things that I do all the time, is work with the special ed director to see what professional development, because one of the things that I have noticed is that there's a turnover of special education staffing. And when that happens, that means that knowledge leaves. And one of the things that we also have to understand is what training will the classroom teachers have. So for example, when we hire a classroom teacher, one of the first things that we ask them questions like, how do you handle data? How do you handle progress monitoring? How do you handle diverse learners? It's not just the special education teacher that's responsible, it's for everyone. And so me being as the superintendent, those are things that I have been involved with, from interviewing and hiring principals who be able to go into a classroom and evaluate, by working with the director of curriculum when they choose materials so that they understand that the different types of learners for that, working with parents to understand the child has an IEP and what does it look like for the plan, and also too, working with the community to understand these are the expectations. And also when it comes down to the budget, you want to look at how to have that budget that supports the diverse learners, especially for special education, because a lot of times the community doesn't understand that when a child has an IEP, it is mandated by the state that these are the services that the student will receive. And so that has been my experience, and I'm still leading the charge. And a lot of times people call me Dr. JPC, and I always tell them, yes, I have a doctorate, and I'm also a special education student. And I'm also showing to you that you can become what I've become, and let's work together on behalf. So that has been my goal when I arrived in education 21 years ago. Thank you.
You all set, Ms. Thompson. Ms. Chun.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to Lowell. I noticed that you touched a little bit on family engagement. That's one of the main things that I'm very passionate about, is that having, the city of Lowell being a diverse city and also a gateway city. Again, I value our parents' input, and I wanted to know what has been your practice for interacting and involving yourself with students, parents, and the community if you would get this role as interim superintendent? Thank you.
So I'm a people person. So one of the things, you can send all the blogs and emails out to the community, but they really want an interaction. And so one of my gifts has been is being out in the community for different organizations. One thing, visiting schools, PTOs. If they're having, in Northampton, we go looking for garlic. I'm out there collecting the garlic and working with the community members to hear what the concerns are. One of the things, one of my parents, who was an English language learner, she says, I might not read the blogs, but I can hear. When you send the messages to me, can you please send it in my language or send it in a verbal so that I can understand it? And the second piece is also with family and community engagement. There's also working with the family and community engagement so that they understand what does education look like here. If you've never gone through the educational process in the United States, one of the things I've always done is really guide families in knowing how, okay, this is what you need to learn for elementary, this is how you prepare for college, for that piece. And when my blogs that I've sent out, there's a way that you can translate it, so it's like little snapshots of what's going on in the community. But I also believe that it is a two-way street. A lot of times there's community engagement activities, and a lot of times people send me emails and saying, please come to this event. So I have an executive secretary to schedule the time so that I can go out to the community. And I always say I'm very visible in the community so that there's a connection. And I think that's just one of the most important pieces, because when a child and a family understands that there's a collaboration, it's important. One of the other examples is when there's the school calendar. I used to send messages before, if it's like a half a day, full day, or an event, send a message a week ahead of time or 2 weeks ahead of time. The reason for that, because some parents maybe can't get off of work. If they're here early enough, they can plan and be part of the activity. And we have to think about some parents maybe cannot come at 4 o'clock, but they can come at 6 o'clock, or their schedule only allows them a certain time off. So also using Zoom so that they might not can take off off of work, but they still can be participant in that meeting. So I think about 21st century learning. And when you look at UMass, you have UMass Lowell system here, that's a really great partnership. And another piece that I also would add in is really recruiting diverse candidates that look like the parents so that they can be a connection to the community. So that's another piece that I have also added, because sometimes people who speak the same language, understand culture, become also a very great asset to the community, to me, to the office too.
Ms. Del Rossi?
Thank you for sharing and being so genuine with your experiences and so forth. It's really admirable of you, and you're really a true inspiration. I have a question in regards to how you view social emotional well-being and how you would integrate it into what would be your views on integrating it into the school system, such as Lowell, with a high amount of English language learners, special education students, McKinney-Vento students, and so forth. And how would you integrate that program? How would you see that in Lowell?
All right. So my first example is professional development for staff. I did see you have responsive classroom, you have second step learning, so that really has to be with the classroom teacher, building administrator first. And then the second part, working with the different agencies throughout the community so we can talk about what social emotional learning looks like. In addition, what I have done, and also too on students' IEPs, is that there's a social emotional standard that can be placed in the IEP so the kids learn how to interact with one another. And I also believe this, we just went through a pandemic, and a lot of our staff, they worked through the entire pandemic. And one of the things that I have done is work with my staff to hear, and then when I walk around, what's going on in your life. Because if you're stressed at home, you bring that stress to school, which means bring that stress to the students. And so what I have in my office, I sometimes have 2 boxes or 3 boxes of tissues, because a lot of times, the first time they meet me, all of a sudden tears come down their eyes. because it could have lost a loved one. And so that has been my experience. In addition to that, having social emotional days throughout the year, one of the things I work with my building principals, central office staff, and saying, throughout the year, you need to celebrate. It's not always about MCAS, it's not about AP, but sometimes when you walk into the door, how do you train your secretary to say good morning? Or you have the good morning in different types of languages. So that's a social emotional piece. The second piece also too about social emotional learning, when I walk around this building, it feels like a mansion. And when you go into a building, you really want to feel like you're welcomed. And I also believe about visiting each building to see the cleanliness of the building. Do they have student work on the board? Even if it's a 100-year-old building, because I worked when I was a building principal in New Bedford, I had a 100-year-old building. And one of the things that I had to do was clean up, get the building appropriate, ready for people walking in. And that also helps for the social emotional learning part of it. So it's not just having a training, but also do people feel welcome, supported, because that also goes forward in the school. And my belief as being a superintendent is that I'm visible. I have my secretary scheduled. I visit every building at least once a week so that I can hear any of the concerns in the building. Because people want to know, will you be there when the time of need? Will you be able to listen to me to help me along the way? And that is also another part of social emotional from there. And that I believe as a superintendent, as the person who try to keep the ship afloat, it's really being that person that people can have that conversation with. And that has been, and people will always say, I'm smiling, even in the midst of trials and tribulations, because I always say, we have to go forward one step at a time. And we just went through the pandemic, but someone has to be visible and saying, we can do this together. So that's my experience.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Doherty?
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome, Dr. Pearson Campbell. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to speak with us. You have had lots of experience in many different school settings, and you've worked in a number of interim roles as superintendent, director of pupil services, as well as a turnaround principal at a New Bedford elementary school. What are the unique challenges and benefits of an interim leadership role? And specifics, as it's kind of two parts. The unique challenges and benefits of an interim leadership role, and then how would you define success in that capacity for Lowell?
Oh, goodness. Although you say you're interim, you're still the superintendent on board. And one of the challenges when you first arrive, the first few weeks you arrive, people want to know, will you stick it out when you have an incident such as we had a SWAT, which means someone calls in and it could be saying a false alarm. Will you stick it out, or will you say, well, I'm the interim, I can go? And my thought process is, and this is how I was trained, you start a job and you finish a job. And one of the things that I can say that my proudest moment is being an interim superintendent, that the focus was on students, not adults. That I could say, like, well, wait a minute, all I hear is about adults in the room, but what about the students? I also had to make difficult decisions about a budget and put it into a process so that everyone understands how the budget is being created, but this is the rationale of why we're going in this direction. I'm also proud about having people think about their legacy and how their thought process, how they communicate, how they look at data, how they look at the mass frameworks. One of my principals have said, Janelle, before I didn't focus on what Massachusetts curriculum frameworks were about. And now I do. I said, that's the foundations of everything. And when I lead my professional development, I lead it like it's a course because I want to leave it better than I found it. And so one of the things that I have done is put together presentations for every time I meet with my principals. And they said, Janelle, where are those presentations? Because I go back and I look at them. So for example, I had to do one, what is a shelter in place? What is a lockdown? What is mass curriculum framework? What is the dyslexia guidelines? How do you communicate with families? How do you look at your building? How do you have professional development? How do you look at English language learners? How do you look and how do you design a program? So for example, right now, Lowell and Northampton, we have to do what you call a SOS, progress printed from the state. And really it looks at how our subgroups are doing on MCAS and how they're making plans. So June 30th, both cities had to download, send to the state their plans for next year, and you have to monitor them. So I was proud to say that before, each school had their own silos. Now they realize elementary schools feed into middle schools feed into high schools. And that data matters, which means that when a child leaves third grade, there needs to be a plan in place to ensure the kids are reading on grade level. And one of the things that they have done is really looking at materials so that they can choose for highly quality. The second piece, we understand that when kids move into the middle school, they're also looking at math, ensuring that all students are being prepared for that. And there's a communication piece. So I feel that although I am an interim, when the state calls you, they don't call you interim, they call you superintendent. And at that point in time, I have led, and I've been a steady force. And so I see all the experiences. I would love to stay in one district, but I didn't get that opportunity to stay in that one district. I had to go get the experience. Because my mentor, I'm probably 5 or 6, I'm sometimes the first Black person someone ever worked for. And so I have to get the experience the best way I know how. And the way that I did it was, a lot of times superintendents who are retiring, I was their gift to society. I was the first. I'm not the last. I was the first. So when I leave school districts, someone who looks like me can get a chance. And that's what I did. So when I leave, they hired a Black superintendent who looks like me. They hired teachers who look like me. In this day and time, race still matters. And I told myself I wasn't going to cry, but that's my reality. And so I stand in front of you as a proud Black woman who has left a legacy for every school district that I have worked for, that they focus on special ed, that they focus on English language learners, that they focused. Because I'm tired of hearing Black and brown kids cannot succeed. I am a testimony that they can succeed. I am a testimony that I work with people who look at data differently, who look at their teaching differently. And that's been my legacy. And that's been my legacy. So
Mr. Lay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Pearson Campbell, your resume looks very impressive and your achievement is very impressive, and I feel honored to be here interviewing you for the interim position here in Lowell. Excuse me. You are currently an interim superintendent in Northampton. I'm just curious, what made you want to come to Lowell for the same position? Thank you.
Number one is I'm still leading, and I'm still bringing the Janelle-isms to Lowell, and I have a gift to give, which means I bring people together who look diverse and think about students first, and that I can contribute. One of the things I see there's an opportunity to look at data, the opportunity to bring my skills together, my opportunity to advance Lowell. Lowell is doing such great opportunities that this is where I did my dissertation. I remember driving around UMass and I see all the growth, and I want to be part of that. And this is where I cut my teeth for my dissertation. I used to cry every Sunday. I was talking to Dr. Hall. I remember every Sunday I used to cry when we used to do my dissertation work. And I did one of my reviews at one of your schools, at Dr. Shaw's school. So this is one of the things that I can bring to the table. So I believe that I can continue on being a superintendent here. And it's an opportunity. I take every opportunity that has given to me and I walk through it and I make it my own.
Ms. Mon?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for being here with us today. My question kind of hinges on the whole concept of the interim superintendency. What I'd love to hear from you is kind of what your approach would be, and now lived through this, so you've had that exposure. What the kind of first 30 days, first 60 days would look like for you in as concrete a way as possible, if you could, just in terms of kind of getting your sea legs, understanding the landscape. What are the activities that you'd undertake to ensure that you had a strong understanding of what you've gotten yourself into, and kind of setting your course to move forward?
Well, one of the things I've already started to do is read your district improvement plan. It was 600 pages, so I started to review that to understand that process, and started looking at the website and seeing the things that you have in place from the community. But when I come into the superintendency here, one of the things that I do is I send an email out, so I visit all the schools and meet with building principals, central office staff, families and community members, so I can hear the needs of the district. There's some technical sides of a superintendency that you really have to think about is opening of schools, making sure that you have principals, classroom teachers, employees, bus drivers are very important, all the making of that. And secondly, having a timeline in place, which means you're just looking at school improvement plans, what templates do you have? I did see your district improvement plan, but I didn't see your school improvement plan to see, making sure that's consistent. In addition to that, creating in October, we start looking at the budget, because in your plan, if you look at the city side, you start looking at the budget in January. But if you think about a school calendar in January, that's when all the things are happening, MCAS, things like AP exams here. So when you bring it forward in October, you can really begin to have a thoughtful process so that you can work with all department heads, so that you can think about what does the budget look like in the budget office from there. Because although there's a 5-year plan with the budget numbers out there, you still want to make sure that you're using all the resources correctly, not correctly, but if they're not using it again, then I would say that $5,000 can be used somewhere else. So one of the things that I like to do is send out a weekly memo, or like a SMORE account, to say these are the things that I'm working on in the community. I will be in the community of this state. I'm working with all of you from the school community, because each of you have your own zones that I'll be able to visit along with that. So that has been my experience. Plus, it's a communication plan, so that parents know this is when I communicate with you, this is when you'll see me out in the community, because you want this to be the most successful year. No matter if you're interim or not, you still have students coming in, and you really want to be successful for that year, because the main part of a superintendent is to make those decisions where no one else can make them. So for example, if it's a snow day, or how do you make the snow day? When you meet with the police, the fire department, those decisions have to be put in place. The MCAS data has come out from, I think, June and July. So you really want to give that an AP and access testing there. Those things need to be put into place so that that plan keeps on going for the year. So, you still, although you're the interim, you still want to continue on the work that you're doing, because your district improvement plan ends in '25. So you still want to show that the community that we're still working on it. Here are the evidence as you move forward. And that's been my plan.
You all set, Ms. Moran? Great, wonderful. That are the comments and questions from the school committee members. I get to ask a couple of questions from up here as well, and apologize how to ask the questions from behind your back. It's not an ideal position, but I think you can see me on the screen as looking at you. You mentioned, again, but you answered a lot of the questions, concerns that I have already from the comments and questions from committee members. Just want to follow up on a couple of things. One was that you did look into our school budget on the website, and you are familiar with our city from your education at UMass Lowell. I want to probably ask more of a personal and maybe professional question, and that is from seeing how we manage the school system here in Lowell. What is your impression of the Lowell public school system that caused you to have an interest in working here, and investing your time here as well. And maybe as a follow-up, as you provided good answers to questions on diversity and equity, but those were led questions from the committee members. I kind of want to know what's your idea, what is your definitions of equity from your point of view, and from that, how would you use equity as part of the budget, as part of your management?
That's like an ABC question, but I'll make sure I try to answer it. So one of the things when I graduated from UMass Lowell in 2019, and I haven't been back to UMass till now. I've driven by here, but you haven't really stopped. And one of the things I can tell you that there's growth in the city, and that there's you can see the development going on, and that you're moving forward together. And one of the things that I did look at when it comes to equity and inclusion, one of the things that's very important, and how do you support the various immigrant families that are coming in here, what opportunities for students can be involved for college and career readiness. One of the things I also read is also and also been part of seeing how you recruit, diversify your staff with UMass Lowell, and that to me, every school district is looking for that. When I come back to my budget per se, when you talk about equity and inclusion, the most important thing is thinking about grade level spans. The biggest equity is ensuring that from pre-K to 3, that all kids are reading on grade level. Because if they're reading on grade level, then they have access and opportunity to higher level. And one of the pieces that when I looked online and looking on site, is really thinking about the vocational, the innovation programs, your after-school programs that develops a whole person. And so when I think about a budget per se, I think about in chunks. So then in middle school, how do you prepare for college and career so that kids come down into middle school to see you're in UMass Lowell system? How do you prepare for that opportunity and for that budget per se? And so one of the things that my skill set is looking at data. And I like to look at data from a school perspective, from looking at visiting the buildings for infrastructure, because you have growth and sometimes you have older buildings that need to be renovated in order to compete in the 21st century learning. So that be part of the conversation when looking at equity. The second part of equity is ensuring that families who are English language learners, families who've been here for years, who families traveled from Europe, who came here, who settled here, that they still have opportunities for college and career readiness and that connectedness. And the third piece is that one thing I like about your budget is you forecast 5 years, which means as a superintendent, you can plan alongside your district improvement plan to look at operations, looking at buildings, looking at curriculum, and diversifying your staff. So that's how I see it, and when I come here, this is something that I know that I can be a part of and jump in on day one. I've been a superintendent. I am still a superintendent. Although school is out on June 30th, our students are still making decisions that they still need a superintendent to pick up the phone and work with the police department and the fire department. That doesn't stop. It's like being a parent. That doesn't stop. School's out, but the decision-making of a young person's child's brain, that hasn't stopped. So those are things that I know I can be and continue on as a superintendent in this district. Hope I answered your A, B, C.
Thank you for the answer, and we're right on time. Again, I speak on behalf of all the members here. We thank you for taking the time to come to our city and prepare yourself and attend this interview. As we come to conclusion now, I would like to ask you to make a closing remarks before we finalize the interview today.
Well, thank you very much for this afternoon to interview for you. And one of the things I bring in my 22nd year in education is someone who constantly thinks outside the box and connects with outsiders. So what I mean by that, being a superintendent, you have a network of thinking about how do you build new buildings, how do you look at the budget, how do you make sure that English language learners and special ed have the supports that they need. One of the things that I believe in education is such a small world that you can reach out and support one another. And one of the things that I can tell you that my school committee will tell you, that I'm a steady presence, that I listen to my school committee members, that I ask, what things that you need help with, how can I be of service? Let's put together a plan in place so that it can be communicated to the community and to your constituents, so that everyone understands where we're going. Even as an interim, because school still goes on, Department of Ed still has initiatives that you still want your community to still move ahead while the process of hiring a permanent superintendent. And I feel that whatever role that I have, that I feel that at this point in time, I'll be a great asset to Lowell Public Schools, and that I can contribute on day one, that I can step in and say, okay, let's go. This is what we're going to do together. So thank you very much for the opportunity to interview with you today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pearson Campbell, for being here. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are waiting for the next candidate to come in for the final interview.
Sure.
We are now continuing with the interview for the interim superintendent. We are at the fifth and the final candidate for today. The candidate is Ms. Robin Desmond. Ms. Desmond is one of the 3 internal candidates applying, and I speak on behalf of the school committee and the school district. We thank you for applying, for taking the time to prepare and attend this interview. It's a challenge that we are glad that you're willing to step up to the plate to do. What we'll do, the meeting as we did before, we'll start with the opening statement from you, and then we'll open the floor to Ms. Chun to ask the first questions, and we'll continue from Ms. Chun down to my right, and then we'll complete with the closing statement from you. Ms. Desmond?
Thank you, Mayor Cho. Thank you, committee, for having me today. I'm very excited about the opportunity to be here today and talk a little bit about my vision and some of the things that we have already embarked on in Lowell Public Schools that have been successful and how we continue to move forward. Many of you probably already know that I have worked in Lowell for 30 plus years. I started my career as a middle school teacher. I worked for several years as a teacher in various capacities. I worked as a technology teacher, a library media specialist, and a math teacher. I then became a math coach and was able to work shoulder to shoulder with teachers in their classrooms, planning lessons, modeling lessons, and debriefing lessons to look at the strengths and how we could improve upon our student outcomes. I then moved into a central office position as a district support specialist in the area of mathematics. I moved into an assistant principal job from there, and then principal of the Maurice Elementary School, where I stayed for 6 years, and then moved into the position I'm in currently, which is assistant superintendent, and I have been in my position for 7 years. And so I've had a vast background in working in Lowell Public Schools, and I've come across a lot of great practices. I've met a lot of great educators, and I'm really excited for the opportunity to continue to move forward as a district, focusing on student outcomes, managing our enormous budget, $240+ million, and building community relationships, all with a lens of equity, which is so important in our community. So if we move forward and I am your candidate, which I hope I am, I would really prioritize looking at our student data so that we can pinpoint where we need to improve and have a laser focus on that improvement, because every child needs to succeed. Every child needs to obtain a high school diploma. Every child needs to be in school every day. And those are my commitments to focus on if I was to be the next superintendent.
Thank you, Ms. Desmond, for the introduction. We're now open to the floor. We'll start with Ms. Chun.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here with us today. With your service, serving our district here and shifting your role from being the assistant superintendent and also how would you use your role to build a stronger relationship with central office teachers and staff so there are no miscommunication for our students, especially students that are non-English speakers? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. First of all, I value myself as a team player. I think that everything that I have done, I've come at it as a team, from a team lens. When I started at the Maury Elementary School, it was a school that was deemed underperforming by the Department of Education. I went in there and I worked shoulder to shoulder with teachers. I listened to what they felt like they needed, and we were together able to shift the school to be one of the top performing elementary schools in the district. Teachers did not change, students did not change. What changed was the mindset. What changed was the team approach to solving problems and helping students. And so when you ask what I would do to shift central office or to support central office, I would like to develop a really strong team, inclusive of all departments, so that we feel like we are working together and that we are all focused on the same outcome, which is to support our students and our families. And so some of the barriers I think I heard you mention around families is, we need to make sure that we're accessing all of the language supports that are available. We need to think differently about how we support students. We need to be able to provide opportunities for families to register outside of work hours. We need to provide opportunities for families to be able to register in different locations. And so if I was able to make those decisions and be the next superintendent, I would be looking at how do we provide opportunities for access, because access is the most important thing that we can provide our families and our students. I hope I answered your question.
Ms. Del Rossi?
Good afternoon, Ms. Desmond. So my question is, as interim superintendent of the Lowell Public Schools, how would you delegate authority, and what do you do to keep everyone accountable?
Great, thank you. That's a great question. So we have many members of our administrative team, and every member is responsible for a particular division or a particular outcome. And so for me, I rely on my team in the Office of Teaching and Learning 100%. We have amazing opportunities that we produce for kids, and I would never say that it's because of me. It is because of us. It's because we are a team. And so in order to hold people accountable, I believe that you have to have goals, and those goals are developed collaboratively, looking at data. And once you have those goals, you have checkpoints throughout the year as to whether or not you're obtaining or you're progressing towards obtaining those goals. And if you're not, you need to change course, and you need to figure out how you're going to obtain the goals that we have, whatever they are, depending on your department. So I think to answer your question, I think that you have to give people the opportunity to do their work. You have to. But I think that there always has to be a collaborative approach to understanding what we want for an outcome, and it has to be based on data so that you can have benchmarks along the way and determine whether you are achieving those benchmarks. And if you're not, then you have to shift course, and it has to be done together. We have to work together in this district, everybody.
Thank you.
Ms. Doherty?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I believe it is Dr. Desmond, right? Oh, it said December 23. Okay, so you're not there yet. Well, Ms. Desmond, you have demonstrated decades of service to Lowell students. Thank you for your willingness to take on this new challenge. You're in a unique position as having served in your current role as a cabinet member with 2 superintendents and 1 interim superintendent. How have those experiences informed what you will and will not do should you become superintendent? Also, what will be your first order of business, and why is it the most critical first step?
Thank you for that question. I have learned a lot along the way. I have worked under 3 administrations since I have been at central office, but I've worked under 7 administrations, I believe, working in Lowell Public Schools. And so I've had an opportunity to learn a lot. And I think that there's always the opportunity to sort of take the best from everything, right? But I think for me, and I always like to come from an asset space. So, whenever I'm in a school, it's always about assets, right? What's going really well? And then I always say there's opportunities for learning. So I think what I've seen over time that is necessary for success is having really strong relationships, having really good methods of communication, and building partnerships. And so I think that for me, it's about collaboration, it's about partnering with all stakeholders, and it is about really looking at how we together work towards a common goal, which for me is student success and student outcomes. I also bring to the table, which I haven't talked about, is an extensive background in business management and finance. I hold a business degree, a bachelor's degree in business, and then I also have an MBA. And so I think for me, I see this role as really much like a CEO of a large company. This is a $240 million budget. So I do believe that one strength that I also bring here to this organization, and something that is critically important to the organization, is how we manage our funds and how we best support schools and students. And so that is another thing that I think that I have observed over time, is that whoever is in this role really does have to have a good understanding of finance. Currently, my office manages almost all of the grants, with the exception of the title grants. And so it's a complex process, and it's really important that the leader have a good grasp of how we manage our funds.
Mr. Lay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to start by saying that, Ms. Desmond, it has been a grateful experience for me to have been working with you in the past few years. And it is my honor to interview you for this position, because you have such a impressive experience, impressive education, and impressive background. So with that said, I also want to thank you for your many years of service helping the students here in Lowell. This question I have is question I asked the candidate before, is about how people see you as an internal candidate. You know a lot of the people, and a lot of the people know you. So if you become superintendent, how would you think the staff in the Lowell Public School, like the teachers and central office people and everybody else, how would they describe you?
Thank you. I think that people would describe me as a hard worker. Anybody who has worked with me will most likely tell you that I'm there in the morning, every morning. I'm there late at night. I'm at community events. When I was a school principal, I worked all summer. Even though school principals do not have to be present in the summer, I would be in my building every day. I'm a very hard worker. I also believe that I've worked on many teams. I believe that I am part of the team, but in many ways, I'm the captain of the team. So I like to work shoulder to shoulder with people. I like to get into the work, but I also am someone who will make decisions, the difficult decisions, and stand by them. So I think that that is another thing that someone would say about me. I think I'm collaborative. I think that I tend to be very data-driven. I think it's very important for our students, for us to actually be looking at data and making good decisions for our students around data. And I'm supportive. I'm supportive of my staff. I'm supportive of teachers. It's hard work. It is really hard work. And in order for our organization to do well, we need to support each other, and we need to celebrate the wins. We need to celebrate the positives, and there's a lot of them. And so I think that people who know me will say that I like to celebrate, and I like to acknowledge people's accomplishments. I don't know if there's another part to the question. Did I miss another part? Or is that it?
Okay, you all set, Mr. Lay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Desmond, for being with us here today. My question is, obviously moving into this interim role will require kind of taking a different perspective from where you've been. What I'd love to hear in kind of the most concrete terms possible is, how would you look at that first 30 days, that first 60 days? What tasks would you set for yourself to ensure that you're making the shift from kind of the area where you've had responsibility and expertise into broadening that to serve the entire district?
Thank you. That's a great question. I've had some time to think about it, because I've known since April that the position was open. So I started to craft a 100-day entry plan. As you may see on my resume, I've been part of a Superintendent's Leadership Institute all year. I've learned a lot about what it takes to be a superintendent. And so common practice is to develop a 100-day entry plan when you come into the role. And so the first 30 days would really be comprised of a lot of listening sessions with stakeholders. So I would immediately reach out to the cabinet, start working with the cabinet around understanding what their priorities are, what their goals are, meeting with them and their teams to hear what's working, what might need supports, where are there opportunities for growth. I would reach out to our community partners to be able to listen to what our community partners are saying about their relationships with Lowell Public School, where there might be room for growth, where there might be room for new partnerships. I would also reach out to our government team, right? I would reach out to the city manager's office. I would reach out to the Lowell Police and see if they could set up some time for me to meet with them to hear about what our challenges are from their perspectives. Because our entire community is dependent on partnerships. And they only strengthen our organization, they only support our children. And so I think for me, the first priority in my 100-day plan is the listening piece, so that I can really understand what are our strengths, and then also where there are opportunities for growth. And so I would also reach out to our union partners. Our union partners are always available to us. And ask if they can pull together some teams of representatives of their membership so that I can hear from them as well and see collectively where we need to grow.
Ms. Thompson?
Hello, Ms. Desmond. Thank you for being here. So I have a two-part question. And I might just separate them and then pause and then ask you the second one so it's not too confusing. So the first one is about leadership with strong personalities. You know, obviously you'd be walking into a position that you'd be leading people that are now your colleagues, and that can be challenging. So if you can describe a moment that you have walked in a space where you've had to show leadership with strong personalities and like a tangible takeaway for yourself.
So I'm not sure if the question is about strong personalities or if the question is around sort of changing your role and how you're perceived by others that you've been working with, right? Because I think that maybe could be possibly one and the same. But I will say that I worked as a teacher at the Morey Elementary School, and then I came back as the principal. And I think that it is often important to make sure that people understand that you are still supportive, you are still a colleague, but you are in a different role. And when roles shift, that has to be communicated, and you have to sort of talk about how you're going to work together. Because ultimately, our outcomes and what we're trying to do never change, right? We're trying to break down barriers for our students. We're trying to make sure that 100% of our students are on grade level at the end of the school year. We're hoping that every student obtains a high school credential so that they can move on and earn a living wage. And so, you know, I find that just having those conversations with people and saying that we are on the same team, we are working towards the same goal, I have found that has always broken down the barriers. You know, so for me, I think it's just being really open and having the conversation that sometimes when your role changes, your relationships have to change, but we are still on the same team and we are still working towards the same goal.
Excellent, thank you. And then my second question really stems from, as you know, I've been really concerned about the Hispanic dropout rate. With good reason, it's really high, and we've talked about that very often. So I'm just wondering, you know, walking into this new space, what are your thoughts about, you know, what can be done specifically, more tangibly, because we talk about it a lot in kind of big terms, but more specifically, what can be done to address that? Thank you.
Thank you. This is very close to my heart, actually. The dropout data is very close to my heart. We, as the committee member probably recalls, I advocated to create a student resource center. I hired a director of the Student Resource Center this year. The Student Resource Center is was solely created to re-engage students. And so that is what we have been focusing on since November. The director and I meet weekly. We look at the data weekly. And the 5.6% dropout rate from last year, and that's delayed a little bit because of the state reporting, was just alarming. And so we have every week met to look at the data. We have engaged the high school folks in different ways in which we're reaching out to our students. We have created visuals for guidance counselors so that if a student comes to them saying they're dropping out, or they reach out to a family and recognize that a student is considering dropping out, they have a flow chart of other options for our students. So we are trying to address this issue through numerous avenues. I collaborated with Lauren Campion on writing for the last 2 years the Mass Grad Grant, which allowed us to fund grad mentors, and those grad mentors go out to houses constantly. I don't know if you recall the report that I submitted. It was under communications at our last meeting. But if you look at that report, you will see that there were a significant number of students that we have re-engaged since November, which has made a significant impact on reducing that 5.6% dropout rate. And so we won't see what the actual percentage is until a year from now because of the way that the state reports, but significant work has been done in that area. What I will say, however, is that there are multiple contributors to why someone drops out. Some students, because of some issues with the pandemic, do not want to return to school and have significant mental health concerns around coming back to school. So that's something that needs to be addressed through mental health supports. We have students that have just not felt accomplished in school and have dropped out. We have students who don't think that passing the MCAS is an option. So there are lots of reasons why students drop out. And what I will say is over the past few years, we have gotten away from having a department that focuses on student supports. And I do believe that that is critical in moving forward, that we need to organize multiple departments that all have an impact in this particular issue and be able to have a comprehensive approach to supporting our students who are not staying engaged. And that will go, that is really a K to 12 issue. It is not just a high school issue. The high school is the result, but there are symptoms that begin very early on. And myself and the director have been looking at those red flags, we call them, and working with middle school staff to be able to really identify who may be at risk. And so, again, it's a comprehensive approach, but it's more than just a dropout department. It is a comprehensive student support department that results in reducing that dropout rate.
Yeah, said Ms. Thompson. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all the committee members for your comments and your questions. I will ask my question from up here. Again, thank you, Ms. Desmond, for your 30-plus years of services and work in the Lowell public school system. And we really appreciate all the various roles that you have taken from day one and pretty much just working up the rank to where you are now. You can talk all day probably about our school system, but given the time that we have here, you did mention that you look at this role as more of a CEO of a company. And once a year, the CEO would provide a highlight, the status, or maybe like a state of union, so to speak, If you were to make a state of the status, a state of the school district in a couple of minute speech, what is the status of the school district here in Lowell?
That's a great question. I'm not sure that I can answer that in a quick few minutes. But I will say this. Lowell Public Schools offers programs to students that many districts do not offer. We have the Early College Promise program that I worked on with Project Learn and folks at the high school and Middlesex Community College with Phil Sisson for many years ago. And it has produced the outcome of us sending 30 students to Middlesex Community College last year free of charge for a year so that they could receive a year's worth of credits before moving on to their full college experience. These are students from historically underserved communities. This year, I spoke at the ceremony, and we awarded 37 students this opportunity. We have great relationships with the Lowell Community Policing Department, where we are offering activities with our Lowell police officers with our students in middle school, after school, and in the summer. We have an After Dark program where we are providing students the opportunity to go to the Greater Lowell Vocational School and earn IT credits, auto tech credits, HVAC certifications. I just went to the graduation 3 weeks ago, and I saw students graduating on stage who already have jobs as mechanics in the Toyota dealerships locally. So for me, we have dual enrollment, we have advanced placement, we have after-school programs, we have summer school programs. We went from 1,500 in 2019 to 5,000 students attending. I think the state of Lowell Public Schools is such that we provide things that I don't think any other district provides, free of charge, free of charge. Some districts, I think, offer some of these things, but it's at a cost to families, right? So I think that there's a lot of great things in Lowell. We have outstanding educators. Our teachers work tremendously to be able to provide engaging lessons and supports to students. And so I think as far as the state of Lowell Public Schools, we have a lot of strengths. We offer a lot to support our students. And I think we always have opportunity to grow. We always have places that we need to improve. We service families that represent over 70 languages. We have to get better at communications. We have to get better at breaking down barriers. We want to diversify our workforce. I've been working with Lowell High School and UMass Lowell to create an education pathway where we have high school students earning 6 college credits to go up to UMass Lowell's bachelor's degree in education and receive a bachelor's degree in education in the hopes that they come back to Lowell to teach. Last year, we had 50 students that were a part of that high school internship program in the summer. This year, we have over 37 signed up. And the hopes are that all of those students come back to us. So I think that there's lots of hope. I think we have lots of things that we are doing that is going to provide the outcomes that we all hope for our students. But I think there's a lot of opportunity to grow. I think there's a lot of collaboration that needs to happen. I think there's a lot of trust that needs to be built. And I know we can do it. I'm confident that we can do it.
Thank you for that answer, and you have been very, very efficient with all your answers, which give us a little bit extra time. I do have one more question. In your opening statement, you said that you look at everything, work on a school system with the lens of equity. With that in mind, how do you plan, what is your plan or your goals to use that equity lens to work with both the city council, the city manager, the superintendent, and the school committee members, as well with the entire school district, to promote programming with that equity lenses?
So it would be my vision to ensure that we have an expert in DEI in all of our departments. It is something that we always have to be cognizant of. It is something that we have to be very strategic about. We just developed school libraries in the last year, redeveloped because they were because of financial reasons, we had to close the libraries, and we are just now in a position to make some purchases through ESSER money that allowed us to reinstate the libraries. When we, and I say we because it happened in my office with the coordinator of literacy, we looked at how are we going to stand up these libraries, and the first thing we said was, we are going to look for diverse authors so that books are in the hands of children that are written from the perspective of that author. We wanted all races, all religions, all backgrounds represented in the texts that we purchased. And so that's what we did. Of course, it's challenging because there aren't that many authors that are from diverse backgrounds writing children's books right now, but or being published. But hopefully that will change over time. But it's just one example of how we have to be really responsible for making sure that we're considering everybody, because Lowell is a diverse school system. Everybody needs to be valued. Everyone needs to be recognized. And in order for students to be able to be global citizens, they need to be educated from all perspectives. And so for me, it's the same with working with any other department. We need to make sure that we're coming from a lens of diversity and representing everybody's voice and thinking about the barriers that exist, and they do exist for some communities, and we need to make sure that we're always looking to take those barriers down. We need to be able to provide everybody what they need to be successful. Staff, students, teachers, families, community members, everyone.
Thank you so much. Again, we're coming to the end of the interview. You have been very, very efficient with your answers, so we do have a few minutes left. Before I ask you to make a closing statement, does any member want a final questions to ask? If you're all satisfied with the answers and questions, again, before I ask you to make a closing statement, I just want to reiterate again the sentiments of all the committee members, and thank you for all you do for the school, and thank you for applying. At this point, I ask you to make a closing statement.
Thank you. Again, thank you to the committee for having me here today. For me, I'm passionate about the success of Lowell Public Schools. I myself started in kindergarten and went through 12th grade. I have, and I'm proud of it, a Lowell High School diploma. When it was time for me to decide where I was going to work, there wasn't a choice. I was coming to Lowell Public Schools because of what it had done for me. I'm a kid who could have gone anyway, right? I could have gone anyway. And I was fortunate enough to have great teachers and a great support system that guided me to a college degree and a college education. And that's what has allowed me to be here today. I just said that when I was speaking with the students at the Early College Promise Program. I graduated from Lowell High, and I am only here today because I received a college education. So you need to proceed with this program. If it gets tough, reach out to us as adults and we will help you, but you have to move forward with your education. It is the only way that we can equalize things for everyone. And so I went to Lowell Public Schools. I chose to work in Lowell Public Schools. I chose to buy my home in Lowell because I was born and raised here. I love Lowell. I live in Lowell. My son was a 2019 graduate of Lowell High. He's a fourth generation of my family to go through Lowell Public Schools, and I am passionate about Lowell Public Schools. In this position, I would ensure that we continue to move forward, we continue to focus on diversifying our workforce, we continue to look at student outcomes, and we continue to drive forward until we have a 100% graduation rate. The graduating class of Lowell High this year was under 700. And so for me, I would like to advertise all of the great things that Lowell Public School has to offer through social media, through our local radio stations. Families in Lowell need to feel as if Lowell Public School is where they want to send their kids. And so for me, that also is something that's really important to me. So I will be laser focused on student outcomes. I will be laser focused on managing our $240 million budget. I will be laser focused on community partnerships. The thing about Lowell, the wonderful thing about Lowell is that it is a community and that people support each other here. You can go to community events, I go to them all the time because I live here, and you see people who just have been here forever, who just continue to support Lowell and Lowell Public Schools, and I just want to support that, and I think selecting me would allow for not only the school district to stay afloat this year, but to continue to drive forward and focus on student outcomes. I know what people do in Lowell Public Schools. I know the data. And there aren't too many departments in Lowell Public Schools that I haven't worked in or haven't overseen. So I have a very diverse background when it comes to central office after working there 7 years. So thank you for this opportunity. It has been a pleasure, and I'm very proud of Lowell Public Schools, if you haven't felt that today.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Desmond. We just went through over 5 hours of interviews. Not only that was difficult for the candidates, I'm sure that was very difficult for the committee members here as well. A lot of information to digest, and let's take a 10-minute break just for us to absorb the information, and then we can come back and discuss how we will proceed. So let's take 10 minutes break, or even 12 minutes break. We'll resume here at 3:45. Thank you.
Probably more money because it was pouring.
I hate the money.
It was pouring up really bad. I know the feeling. That's all. Yes, that's what he said. This is awful. This one needs to be fixed. Yeah, you can feel the springs when you sit. That's why I moved over to this one. Yeah, I was just gonna. I noticed Eileen had to stand up at one point. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It was pouring.
When we were at Greater Lowell, you had to ask the same question to all of them. They were worried about being sued if you went outside the box and asked a different question of a different person, of Davidson. So when we did that, then we went 208 rounds of stalemate. And then we said, yeah, we'll go back up to
I remember.
And then we ended up with Jack Jones in between, and then we ended up with
Roger Bushwell was great.
If this happened today, I went to hire Kevin now. There you go.
Just for a year. Just for a year.
If you do it for me for 3, I'll be holding to you for the rest of my life.
Yes, not only will he do it for 3, but he'll do it for 130. Maybe 150.
Interim for 3 years. We do an interim, you know, without people up, it would be like. So what is the ramification for appointing somebody who's not even applying?
Yeah, I mean, but then again, you just approved a contract that wasn't negotiated. So, I mean, you can break ground on all sorts of new things, though.
They did it with Jay Lang.
Yeah. With Jay Lang, it was they went out and recruited Jay. They went out and said, great. They said, after the Lowell, he didn't get Lowell. They called and said, would you come? Would you be interested in jumpsuit? We'd like to interview you and give you a contract. And then he just signed a new deal.
I was going to say that's what the city council does every time.
100% right.
Good shot, Jimmy.
That was good. Can we just put the city council's process over here? So when I called last night, right, and someone says, hey, did you ever see a tax like that over the internet? So, yeah, that's what we need. What do you say about that? I go, what?
But if you actually look at what we get back in free cash compared to other communities, huh? No, it's still low. That's how you get free cash. That's how you get free cash. And we're way under most other communities. Take a look at with Lexington taxes, with Tewksbury taxes, even Worcester. I looked, I have it all written down. 16%. No, it wasn't that high. It wasn't that high. Well, it might be this year, but in the last 2 years, they've been not too far off, 4 or 5. Lowell was only in 4.
No, I mean state funds.
Oh, no, I don't say that.
60%.
We are now back from break. We just completed 5 interviews of the candidates for the interim superintendent. Before we begin, Madam Secretary, please do roll call.
Ms. Doherty.
Yes.
Ms. Delay.
Yes, here.
Ms. Martin.
Here.
Ms. Thompson.
Here.
Mayor Chow.
Here.
Ms. Chun.
Here.
Mr. Rossi.
Here.
7 present.
We'll spend the next few minutes try to discuss how we want to proceed this. Those were 5 outstanding candidates from the external as well as the internals. We couldn't ask for better candidates or more qualified candidates to choose from, and that probably made it tougher for all of us, actually, when you have every single person is very well qualified. And I want to congratulate the 3 internal candidates as well. If you were to choose, if you can choose 3 people to lead the school district, I would choose all these 3 candidates that came for the interview. They were just outstanding, fantastic, very, very qualified. Any one of them would do a great job. What I'm leading this to is that I'm sure many of the members feel the same way. There's just a lot of information. Just did the whole day of interview, and I'm willing to follow the will of the body. If you feel that we should proceed to take a vote and for an interim superintendent today, we will proceed forward. If you need a few days, we can schedule a special meeting in a couple of days for us to digest information, maybe get the community involvement as well. So I'm willing to listen to the will of the body. Anybody has comments or questions? Ms. Doherty?
Thank you, Rod. I think we should move forward. I feel like, we've gotten a lot of information, and I agree with you. We did have excellent candidates and very good discussions today. I'm willing to make a decision today. I think that would be the best for the district, given the timeline. Thank you.
Is that the agreeable by every member? Okay, let's have a motion on the floor by Ms. Doherty to select an interim superintendent for the Lowell Public Schools today. Second by
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Lam.
Thank you. I just want to know, so what are we going to do?
So first, this is a motion on the floor
Right.
to move forward to take a vote for the interim superintendent today. So there'll be motions to follow, but you asked some good questions just for clarity. So if we agree,
I agree.
if we agree to take a vote today, and then the second vote will be to select the names and so forth, which I will walk you all through. So the first motion on the floor is to select the interim superintendent today by Ms. Doherty, second by Mr. Lay. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Ms. Doherty.
Yes.
Ms. Delay.
Yes.
Ms. Martin.
Yes.
Ms. Thompson.
Yes.
Mayor Chow.
Yes.
Ms. Chun.
Yes.
Mr. Rossi.
Yes.
7 yeas.
Okay. Now, as we stated earlier, we all feel strongly that 5 of the candidates are outstanding. Normally, we would do a roll call, and you would select 1 candidate and just tally up. But to avoid multiple rounds of not having a clear majority, the secretary will do a roll call your name. We'll take the time when your name is called, you may make a statement. You select two candidates first out of the 5, and the secretary will tally up, total up the highest 2. And the third motion will be to, out of those 2, who you would want to vote for the interim superintendent.
What did you say? I wrote it on here.
Well, I'm just explaining it. So, the secretary will call your name. You will mention 2 candidates. You select 2 candidates, the top 2 candidates that you want to hire. And then the secretary will tally up, will total out of those. There could be potential 5, some might have 1, some might have 3, but the 2 highest vote getters, then we'll take a roll call vote again to select only 1 after that. Does that make sense to everybody? Or do you want to just go straight to selecting just 1 name? Mr. Lay?
Yeah, I was about to mention that, Mr. Mayor, that what if the two of my candidates are not even made it to the top to be selected, then what am I going to do?
Well,
So
that's fine. We'll tally up the top two. Could be anybody. Could be the top two, and then we'll take a vote on those remaining top two. Ms. Mon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, what I would recommend is that if we could, and I think you had mentioned this, give each member an opportunity to speak about how they've come to their conclusion, what the decision would be. I do think that it would be better to do just a simple name call as we go down with each person giving their selection. I know we have to reach there needs to be a majority. There may be a couple rounds. That's just kind of how it is. But I do think that would be easier to kind of track.
Okay.
Deferring to your.
Now, I would agree with that as well, if that's the will of the body. So with that said, we'll make a motion pretty soon, and then as Ms. Mon agreed to, when your name is called, you may make a statement how you come to that conclusion to your candidate. So need a motion that each member of the Lowell School Committee vote for the selected candidate by name on a roll call by Ms. Mon, second by Ms. Thompson. Madam Secretary?
Ms. Doherty?
Yes.
Well,
Select a name.
yes, select a name.
Sorry, I thought it was, that we,
Get to make a
No,
that
statement
vote was
first.
to,
Well,
that
I
we're
thought
just
you were
going
going
to
to make
pick
a
one.
comment
Make a
and then
comment,
make
then
the
select a
name.
Yes,
Oh, we are going to just do it.
yes.
My thought was that the comments would give us an opportunity to understand
Right.
the
Yeah.
rationale that everyone is bringing to the decision,
you can
and
make a
then we
comment,
would do
yes.
the vote after that.
Yes. You can make a comment and then state vote on the candidate at the same time. Yeah.
Now I understand, thank you. So just briefly, obviously, there's a lot of factors that go into making a hire decision regarding the person who's going to lead the Lowell Public Schools. The superintendent role is difficult. It's crucial to our ability to move forward, especially now when so many of our students are disengaged, suffering from anxiety. Many of our own staff do not feel heard or treated fairly. There's much we need to rebuild and much to create to re-engage with the hundreds of students we're losing. At the end of the day, being a successful superintendent, like so much of life, is about relationships. And I've come to realize for me, based on where we are as a district right now, I need a leader I can trust will provide accurate and timely information. I can trust will treat all people with respect and humanity while holding them accountable to do their best, who will listen to all perspectives and collaborate to bring out the talents we have among us, and who understands instructional excellence and will do what is best for our students, always. So while I felt we had very successful interviews today, and I appreciate and am grateful for all the candidates who came forward, both internal and external, I would like to put forward the name of Mr. Liam Skinner as my vote for the interim superintendent of Lowell Public Schools. Thank you.
Ms. Delay?
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Well, I am tired after 4 or 5 hours of interview, and the first interview was a math teacher, and I had the opportunity to ask him a fun question. I had the opportunity to have fun, ask him a math question, and I regret I didn't have a chance to ask Ms. Skinner and Ms. Desmond about the equation. If x equal to infinity, what is x plus 1 over x minus 1 equals to? Did you hear that, Ms. Rochelo? Anyway, I feel that Lowell Public School is in chaos, and I wish that moving forward, we do not have any new chaos added to what we already have. But despite our staff have been doing an excellent job to keep everything close to normal as possible. So I was very nervous coming into this interview because I could not decide who could be the next superintendent, because the superintendent is very important in Lowell Public School at this time. And I wasn't sure who who, because by going by the resume and working experience, everyone is very strong and can be superintendent at any time. And our three internal candidates are excellent. They could be, any one of them could be a superintendent at any time. But that's the luxury of Lowell House, but that is the luxury that Lowell have, but we can only pick one. And so this interview to me was very helpful. It gives me the opportunity to see and make a decision. And I now find that there's someone that I feel that is good to take this interim role, someone who can unify the whole Lowell public school system, someone who has been working at it and gain respect from from both the superior and the subordinates. And just like me, someone who is not political, someone's genuine, who has the ability to gain the public trust. So for that person, I am gonna, well, it's gonna be tough because I think everybody's qualified and I can pick only one, and I'm gonna pick Mr. William Skinner.
Ms. Martin?
Thank you very much. I can certainly echo the sentiments of my colleagues that we were presented today with 5 really strong candidates. And I think, across the board, we can say that each presented with, a variety of skills and experiences that all would benefit the Lowell Public Schools. I would say from our 3 internal candidates, I was impressed by all 3 performances today during our interviews. I was not surprised, but I was certainly impressed. And it does, I think, speak volumes about the quality of talent we have. I will say that from the beginning of this process, I have spoken, I think, very clearly on the idea that I felt we need a year of an external set of eyes, that we needed an external person to come in at this point to give us a year of recovery, for lack of a better term. So as we go through this first round of voting, I would cast my vote for Ms. Pearson Campbell.
Ms. Thompson?
I think that's the sentiment of all of my colleagues when we're going through this process. I want to thank all 5 people that came out and, poured out their hearts and their intentions. And I think that, the challenge is really looking at, what the district needs to stabilize itself. And, I guess that's going to be a different thought process for everyone about what is needed. One person really stood out to me today, and again, there were so many great things, and I mean, if you looked at me as the thing was happening, I was writing voraciously because there were so many nuggets from each person that I wish you could compile them and make the interim superintendent, if that were humanly possible, which clearly it is not. That being said, I also had spoken about the kind of what I thought would be a balancing of the district, in that keeping people in the roles that they are in right now would stabilize the district, bringing someone in while the district was still growing was something that appealed to me. And for that reason, and now we're supposed to give 1 name or 2 names? Okay. That person for me would be Kevin McCaskill.
Mia Chow?
Thank you. I also echo the sentiments of not only my colleagues, but the public who is watching today as well. If you listen to all the candidates, all are very qualified. I thank Mr. McCaskill, Dr. Pearson Campbell for making the time traveling to our city for the interview. Very, very tough. They made an impressive statements and answers. Since day one, I also feel that we have to look at our internal candidates. And to use my colleagues' words, it's no surprise to me that every internal candidate we have shine just as bright as any other candidates today. That probably gave me more motivation to look for an internal candidate. And now we come to where the rubber hit the road. All three candidates are outstanding, as I mentioned before. I feel that two candidates that really have earned their spot, their position in their career in life. They have dedicated decades of their life to the Lowell public school system. And listen to both, because I asked them each individual different questions, and they provided outstanding answers. These two individuals are Mr. Skinner and Ms. Desmond. I really can't say one would do a better job than the other. They just have dedicated not only their professional life, but also their personal life to work in the Lowell public school system. But I think, I have to make a choice today. I think one would do well as an interim superintendent, just trying to, hit the road running and working well because of the relationship with the other administrators. I believe that Mr. Skinner, doing the interim basis, he can provide that linkage in the short term. So for today, as I am voting for the interim superintendent, I will vote for Mr. Skinner.
Ms. Chun?
This is really tough. Again, everyone says exactly how I am feeling. One thing that really draws me into this, there's a few that I really wanted to vote on, but again, we have to narrow down to one. This candidate provide heartfelt story of how most of our families, our immigrant families, travel or moved or relocate to another country for that exact same reason. For me, I'm getting emotional. I'm sorry. That's the reason why our family are here, because they seek better education for our students, especially in an urban city like ourselves. Here in the city of Lowell, we have students who do not have the means to go to school, and we provide free education for our students. And I think this is the reason why it's very emotional for me, because this is a decision that will affect our families, our students, and our teachers. And that's the reason why I'm having a really hard time trying to make a decision. But for me, coming from a perspective where I want to see stability, we want to see someone who's willing to really stick their neck out and making sure that we have the stability that we're all seeking for our students. So this is really tough. And I believe in the same sentiment as our candidate that I'm about to name, and that is Mr. Liam Skinner. Thank you very much.
Ms. Del Rossi?
Does my vote matter?
Absolutely. Every vote matters. Every vote counts. You know that.
Yes, I would say the one candidate that stuck out to me, I mean, they all did. Everyone was very passionate about what they wanted to bring to Lowell, and I greatly appreciate that. But the one person that did stand out most to me today during the interviews, and what I think Lowell would benefit from would be Kevin McCaskill.
I have 4 votes for Mr. Skinner, 2 votes for Mr. McCaskill, and 1 vote for Ms. Pearson Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Having a clear majority, 4 members for 1 candidate, that is Mr. Skinner, did a motion to appoint, to select Ms. Martin?
If I could, I'd take this opportunity to change my vote to Mr. Skinner.
Ms. Martin. Any other comments before I take a motion to select Mr. Liam Skinner to be the next interim superintendent? Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, need a motion to select Mr. Liam Skinner to be the next interim law school superintendent, subject to the successful negotiations of a mutually agreeable contract of employment between the law school committee and Mr. Skinner. Need a motion by Ms. Doherty, second by Mr. Lay. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Ms. Doherty?
Yes.
Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Ms. Martin?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Mia Chow?
Yes.
Ms. Chun?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi? 7 yeas.
The motion passed. We'll now take a quick recess to have Dr. Hall communicate with the candidate to see if he's willing to accept the position, subject to future negotiations, of course. We'll take a 5 minutes recess.
Motion to adjourn? Can you use a motion to adjourn?
Everybody is back from the recess. We just do a quick roll call. Madam Secretary?
Ms. Doherty?
Here.
Mr. Lay?
Here.
Ms. Martin? Ms. Thompson?
Here.
Mayor Chow?
Here.
Ms. Trun?
Here.
Mr. Rossi?
Here.
7 present.
Everyone is back, and I was just informed that Mr. Liam Skinner has accepted the position of the interim superintendent, subject to negotiations. So I want, on behalf of the school committee, I want to congratulate Mr. Skinner for a well-done interview, and again, I want to thank all the candidates for applying for this position today. With that said, I know that we have one more item on the agenda for today, which is the executive session with the body. Let's just table that. Ms. Doherty?
Your Honor, I'd like to request that we have executive session to negotiate when our full negotiating team can be present.
Okay, so
I think going forward, that is the best way we should do that type of work. And if we
Okay.
could adjourn, I would love that.
Sure.
Thank
So,
you.
the body wishes to table the executive session for today. With that said, I thank you, everyone, for being here today, and thank the public for watching at home. Need a motion to adjourn? Motion by Ms. Doherty, second by Mr. Rossi. All in favor say aye, opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion's carried. Thank you, and have a wonderful weekend.